You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A lot of things happening this morning. I want to give you just a quick update on a couple of things before we jump right into a live event that's getting ready to get underway. We are tracking the breaking news from the U.S. Supreme Court that has, in a 6-3 ruling today, decided to strike down the Trump tariffs. We will be diving into this more in a little bit. But that's what you need to know at this hour. That decision coming down just a little bit ago. We are also tracking a developing story out of Marion County, where we now know the name of the suspect arrested in connection with that child death investigation. He made his first appearance in court just a little bit ago. And we are also expecting to hear from the Sheriff's Office coming up in just a little bit. Jerron Combs, the suspect now facing charges in that case. We'll get into that a little bit more as well as our day goes on. So we are expecting to hear from the governor in a little bit, the Attorney General this afternoon, the U.S. Attorney this afternoon, going to be talking about some arrests in drug trafficking and other criminal enterprise. So we're expecting an update on that from the U.S. Attorney coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, let me get you to Kennedy Space Center, where a news conference is getting underway. We're expecting an update from about Artemis II, obviously that fueling test that we kept a close eye on yesterday. This will determine when the launch is for Artemis II, that next trip, that flyby around the moon. So let's go ahead and listen in. I think they are introducing the speakers here right now. So let's listen in and see how that fueling test went and also keep those ears open for a potential launch date for that next moon mission.
Opening remarks from each of them, and then we will go to your questions. So Lori, why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
You bet. Thank you, Megan. So it's been just, I think, a little under 3 weeks since we met to discuss wet dress number one. So I just want to thank everybody who's here in the room and who's dialed in online to listen to the press briefing today. We're very excited to talk to you about how the wet dress went yesterday. But I want to start first by thanking our incredible team across all parts of the Artemis II program that have gotten us to this point where we are today. They have done an enormous amount of work to get us to this point. And just over, as I said, the last 3 weeks, a little less than 3 weeks, a lot of work learning from wet dress one, putting in place some fixes to things like the seals, at the quick disconnect interface, doing some replacement on filters on the ground system side, thinking through various aspects of how we implement the wet dress rehearsal. And I can say for the most part, those fixes all performed pretty well yesterday, and Charlie's going to speak to that in a lot more detail. So that was really exciting. If you followed our progress yesterday, we were able to fully tank the SLS rocket within the planned timeline. We demonstrated our crew module closeout activities with the closeout crew, again, on the timeline. And we also successfully demonstrated the launch countdown. And again, Charlie will talk in a lot more detail. We did navigate through a few issues. You'll hear a little bit about some of those. But overall, the countdown went very, very smoothly. We do have work to go to get our systems ready for launch. We've already begun the data reviews from the wet dress yesterday, and there's some other work that needs to be done out at the pad. One thing I do want to say here today is that following that successful wet dress yesterday, we're now targeting March 6th as our earliest launch attempt. I am going to caveat that. I want to be open, transparent with all of you that there is still pending work. There's work, a lot of forward work that remains, including the post-wet dress analyses, of course. We do have some significant work to be completed out at the pad. Charlie will talk to that in more detail. And we also have a multi-day flight readiness review that will come up later next week. And so those things are all in front of us. We need to successfully navigate all of those. But assuming that happens, it puts us in a very good position to target the March 6th. We were fortunate yesterday to have several of our crew members present for the wet dress rehearsal. I was able to speak a little bit with Reed Wiseman, with Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. They're all very, very excited. I was glad they could be here for the wet dress. They are really getting a lot of anticipation for a potential launch in March, and they go into quarantine this evening. So they will begin that quarantine later today. The excitement for Artemis II is really, really starting to build. We can really start to feel it. It's coming. And I really can't wait to welcome you all back here to Kennedy Space Center when we're ready to launch and fly this mission. Every night I look up at the moon and I see it, and I get real excited because I can really feel she's calling us, and we're ready. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Charlie.
All right. Thanks, Lori. Appreciate that. Well, let's see. Since we were here, Lori said a little over 2 weeks ago, there's been a lot of work out at the pad. So since WDR1, as you know, we had some leaks in our ground-to-flight interface there, and we went in and we changed both the 8-inch and the 4-inch seal in that plate cavity. I'm happy to report that yesterday both of those interfaces were rock solid. We saw maybe 1% or less in that 8-inch line in that interface, which is really solid. And then, and actually it was a little less than that, and then about 1.5% in the 4-inch. So really no leakage to speak of. So it was really performed well. So the work that the team did paid off. We did a hydrogen integrity test before we went back to wet dress. We felt that was important to get a little understanding of that interface before we brought the entire vehicle up and tanked both stages and both commodities. So we got a little bit of data out of that helped us pinpoint that we believe the leak source was primarily from our 8-inch seal. We changed them both, though, because we were in there and it just made sense to go do that. Yesterday, we got into tanking. We gave the go for tanking at 9:28 in the morning, so we were a little bit ahead of schedule. Of course, the call to stations was the night before. Powered up the vehicle elements, got everything configured, got into all of our preps. We were ready for load yesterday morning, gave the go for that. We did make a couple of changes to our wet dress countdown from wet dress number 1. We added a little extra time into the hold before tanking and then in the hold after tanking. And we did that in the event that we ran into an issue. We know that it takes about 20 to 30 minutes to run that contingency scenario where we let the QD warm up and we re-init fill. So we wanted to have a little bit of extra time. Thankfully, we didn't need it for that. But overall, the test went through the tanking. It was really quiet and went well. We did experience an issue with our comm system. That was probably the most exciting thing that happened during the tanking scenario, but it wasn't related to the loading of cryogenic commodities. We didn't have the flight crew participating. We had them observing, but not participating actively in the test. In other words, they didn't go out to the pad, but we did send the closeout crew out to the pad. And they went through their timeline, their normal closeout of the Orion crew module, the last hatch, and the white room. All of that went per the timelines, and then we got into our terminal part of count. We resumed from our count at 8:32. We were targeting an 8:30 T0, initial T0. We were a little bit behind that coming out, but again, really close to the opening of the window. We had a planned hold. We were going to demonstrate that 3-minute MPS hold constraint. We have never done that before. We did that yesterday, and we were successful in doing so. We held the clock at 1:30. For the 3 minutes, we actually went a little bit over the 3 minutes. We picked up and we counted down, and then we had a planned cutoff, and we went through our recycle with the flight hardware with a cryogenically fueled vehicle. Again, first time we've ever done that, validating our timelines. We expected it to take about an hour, a little over. We did it in 57 minutes. So very pleased with how that all went in retargeting a second T0. We picked up the count again at T-minus 10 minutes, and we counted down, and we had no holds, no planned holds, and nothing held us up in term count, and we went down and had a cutoff at 29 seconds. which concluded the terminal part of the count, and then we got back into our recycle, and this time instead of recharging into T0, we got into our drain. And I'm happy to report that through those two different targets of T0, when we wrapped all that up, we still had launch window remaining. So very successful day. I'm very proud of this team and all that they accomplished to get us to yesterday and then to go execute with such precision. And with that, I'll hand it over to John.
All right. Thank you, Charlie. Obviously, yesterday was really a really good day for us. I thought the test went extremely well. The entire team really remained focused and vigilant throughout the entire test, and that includes the MMT. You know, when we did the test 3 weeks ago, the hardware was talking to us, so we listened. And as Charlie mentioned, the remediation activities that we took turned out really well. Again, though, it was just another opportunity for us to wring out the system and validate and verify that we've got a good system in place before we put crew on the launch vehicle or the rocket to go fly on launch day. I thought just kind of I had a little bit of time to reflect on the launch team and the MMT throughout the day, and I really felt like we've all gotten to a place where we want to be relative to how sharp we are and how we operate. You know, you see a lot of times relative to our launch frequency, and so we have to work really hard through training activities for all of us to stay on edge. Teams off looking at the data. I met with some of them this morning. So far, we don't have any indications of anything that we're worried about, but we're just getting started. So we'll go through that and see what the teams come up with and address those as needed. But overall, it was a good day for us. Megan, back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for those opening remarks. It's really great to see how we've learned from wet dress 2 and we had a successful learned from wet dress 1 and we had a successful wet dress 2. All right, so we are now going to invite reporters here in person as well as over the phone to ask their questions. If you're on the phone, remember that you need to press star 1 to get into the queue and then wait for a mic to get to you here. So we'll start over here. Marcia, go ahead.
Marcia Dent, Associated Press. To meet a March 6th launch attempt, when would the flight readiness review need to be held? When would the crew be getting? What other milestones between now and then do you have to be on time for in order to make that first time in March?
I'll speak to the programmatic part of that, and then I'll pass it over to Charlie to talk some of the other big kind of technical things that we have to get done in this time frame. You mentioned the flight readiness review. That's certainly a big one. It is targeted for the end of next week. That should be in plenty of time prior to launch to go through that certification of flight readiness. It is going to be an extensive and detailed review. We are going to go over and comb every aspect of this system. And we'll go through that with our Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, and I expect our Administrator will be paying very close attention as well as we go through that certification process. And then at launch minus 2 days, we hand over responsibility over to John Honeycutt as the MMT Chair and as we prepare for the launch readiness. You mentioned the crew. The crew will go into what we call a soft quarantine, or we're calling a soft quarantine, where they're going into quarantine at Johnson Space Center later today, as I mentioned. And then probably at around L-5 days or more, that would be the latest, but it could go a little earlier, they would transition here to Kennedy Space Center to continue their quarantine up until launch. But I'm going to pass it to Charlie, and she can tell you about the big technical milestones that we need to achieve.
Well, really, we just have one big milestone left. We have contingency pad access that we are installing. So we got through our drain operations early this morning, got into inerting. We'll get back into the pad probably somewhere around, what time is it now? Maybe somewhere in the next hour or so. Certainly by the end of first shift today, we should have our teams back in. We're doing the preps for the lift, so we could be ready for that lift as soon as this evening. Once we get the platforms lifted up, we have two of them. One of them that provides access to the inner tank and to the booster, and then another that provides access just to the boosters. We'll go in, we'll establish access in those volumes, and then we go in and do the FTS retest. And so that involves disconnecting ordnance, doing the retest, reconnecting ordnance, backing out of those volumes. So it's not a short, 12-hour amount of work. It spans several days, but that's really our big thing that we have left to do before launch. Getting through this wet dress was an important milestone for us. Certainly, there's other work. We'll continue with our late stow and final preparations of the crew module. We have some lessons learned from yesterday that we'll go in and address. But in terms of the big work that's left, it really is that contingency pad access and that FTS retest.
Thank you. Okay, Bill.
Bill Harvey, CBS. I think this is for Charlie. You mentioned the mini tanking, the hydrogen integrity test or whatever. I think I'm speaking for a lot of reporters. We would not have known that was going on if we didn't ask somebody, which I don't understand. I mean, there's a lot of interest in all of this, and I don't understand why information is so hard to come by. I know you talk to us at these briefings and stuff, but it's like PAO doesn't have permission to tell us things. That's number one. If you can just address that, because you are the launch director. And secondly, the seals you mentioned. You have to realize none of us have ever seen a picture or a drawing. We don't know where they are in the tail service mask or how it butts up against the rocket. And so if you're trying to describe something like that, it really helps to have some detail. You don't have to give away company secrets and privacy. It's not ITAR. You need a picture. You need some kind of description to understand this. So where are the seals?
We're going to get you a picture.
Okay. Where are the seals? What did you see when you took the old seals out that made you confident new seals were going to fix that? And how are they arranged around the 8-inch and 4-inch? Are they separate with separate lines in a cavity, or are they separate cavities? How does that work? Sorry.
It's all good. So I'll take a shot at it, and then I'll, if John wants to add anything to it, I'll hand it over to him. So, and we can absolutely get you some pictures to help out with it. But you have two different lines that go into the plate that forms the interface between the flight vehicle and the ground. And those plates come together, and there are two. If you're looking at that live shot at the pad, you'll see those two. There's two hoses that come off of the back of that plate, two flex hoses. One is 8-inch. It's for your fill and drain. The other is your 4-inch, which is your bleed. Inside of that plate cavity, there's a seal that goes around where that interface mates together. Pretty simple looking seal. And so what we did is that we went in and we changed both of those out. In terms of findings, we didn't have any significant findings when we went into the cavity. It wasn't like we saw something where we had a significant blemish on the seal and we thought this is absolutely, the root cause or the witness to the leakage that we saw. But the team worked through the data. What we did find was seemed to be, after we removed the seal, there was a little bit of moisture in that 8-inch area. Where it came from, I'm not entirely sure, but we found some moisture there, and certainly when you get cryogenic temperatures going through there, you can have some freezing, and that can cause an issue. We also found that there was a little bit on the 4-inch, there was a little bit of scratches on there, which we very easily buffed out. Again, it's not indicative of the kind of leak that we saw during wet dress number 1, the scratches that we experienced. So when we closed up that cavity, we didn't have one thing that we could point to where we said this was absolutely it. We had a number of contributing things, but certainly changing out the seals addressed the problem because we had absolutely incredible performance yesterday.
And just real quick, during pressurization, during the last 8 minutes when you pressed the tank and that leak rate shot up during WDR1, how did it do this time?
The maximum leak rate, let me get that for you because I knew you would ask me. It was like 1.6%, 1.5% was the highest that we saw, which is really pretty impressive because if you recall during Artemis I, even on our launch attempt, we saw about 6% in that cavity.
All right, we'll take one more in the room, Will, and then we'll go to the phones.
Yeah, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thanks for taking the time. Maybe to juxtapose the leak rate that you mentioned, Charlie, just a second ago. I know the limit for WDR1 was 16%, but can you say what the maximum that you saw actually was, especially during tank pressurization during that terminal count? And then to John Honeycutt, in your prepared remarks, you mentioned, relative to the launch frequency, worked really hard through training activities to stay on edge. I wonder, in looking forward to, and maybe Lori Clays, if you want to address this as well, looking forward to Artemis III, how are you working to mitigate that and to make sure you stay sharp as, there's going to be whatever time there is between now and the launch of Artemis III? What sorts of activities are you doing to keep those skills sharp? And, how soon can we expect to hear about the crew training for Artemis III? Thanks.
So I'll answer the part on staying sharp, and I'll kind of put words in Charlie's mouth. She does the same thing that I do with her launch team, right? So I think her forefathers that came before her, they were big on being vigilant about testing and staying sharp. And so I've adapted that same philosophy for the MMT. So I know we'll continue to do that after this mission as we approach Artemis III. Anything you want to add, Lauren?
Well, I think even John mentioned that even the team dynamic and how the team was working together yesterday. There were some improvements over Wet Dress 1 and some of the prior trainings that we've done. That they're really coming together. We've actually made some changes in how the MMT works, the structure of it, and by phase of the mission. And I think there's a lot of lessons there that we can take forward to Artemis III. Artemis III is going to be a complex mission with multiple phases, and thinking about how we can make that MMT the most effective that it can be to make good decisions in a quick time frame, but that are well informed and take advantage of the insights from our bench depth down below the technical depth. I think there's a lot of lessons that we've learned there that we can take forward. You did ask about the Artemis III. When are we going to start thinking about a crew for Artemis III? There's still a lot of things that have to happen before we're ready to pick the specific crew that we need. We've got a lot of general training that is ongoing. That can happen before we're ready to pick that crew, but we won't pick the crew until we have the specific mission operations lined out, and we can be assured that we're picking the right crew for the right mission.
This news conference at Kennedy Space Center continuing, talking about Artemis II and the fueling test, some of the lessons that they have learned. It sounds like they're moving forward with March 6th as the first available date for an Artemis II launch. There is our friend Ken Kramer, who we talked with yesterday about Starliner and Artemis II, who you see in the briefing room there. Meanwhile, Artemis II sitting on the launch pad 39B. We want to know, would you ever want to go to space? Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Looks like 75% of you are saying yes right now, but 25% saying heck no. We want to know what you think. Jump in the conversation here. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to. Still waiting to hear from Governor DeSantis in Miami Beach as well. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
Region, if we were to get it right, help us to understand.
Would you ever want to go to space? Looks like more of you are saying yes right now. We've seen a few more votes come in during the commercial break. 78% of you saying yes, just 22% saying heck no. Let us know what you think about going to space. Scan that QR code on your screen right now and go to fox35orlando.com/vote. We are going to go ahead and get you back to this news conference at Kennedy Space Center, where officials with NASA and the Artemis program are talking about the fueling test, how things went. It sounds like things went well. For the most part, they did talk about they're still reviewing the data right now. There's still some work to do, still seeing some issues, but they are looking ahead to that first available launch date coming up on March 6th. And to that end, crew members, the astronauts who are going to be on board, are heading into quarantine later today. So that will get them ready so that they would be available for that first window on March 6th. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Most closely where we understand the constraints. We've talked before about all the various parameters that can impact the launch availability, including the thermal state of Orion, eclipses, communications constraints, the heat shield that we've talked about previously. And so there's a lot of analyses that need to go into determining exactly which of those dates have appropriate launch windows or launch windows within those periods. So if those are, when those are ready, we'll make sure we get the additional periods out. But, if we're lucky, maybe we won't need those.
Okay, we'll take one more on the phone. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal, and then we'll go to the room again. Micah, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Has the team conducted any analysis of the impact, if any, the weather may have had on the vehicles or ground systems, just given some of the cold temperatures seen earlier? Are you tracking anything there? Thanks.
So we do not believe that the cold temperatures had an effect on the performance of the cavity, just because the ambient conditions are, I'll say, so much kinder than the temperatures that are flowing through that interface. But certainly we did see during the performance of the wet dress, we did see in some of our systems out at the pad that we had some thermal effects from that, and so we've gone through and taken action on those. And by that, what I mean is that you have certain pneumatic systems that you set up based on ambient conditions. As we saw the fluctuation in temperature, some of those needed some adjustments. So we did see that. But in terms of performance of that interface, we do not believe it was an ambient condition related issue.
Okay, let's come back in the room here. Ken?
Hi, thank you. Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. First, congratulations. It was spectacular. I was here last night, thoroughly enjoyed it, and can't wait to go back to the moon. So I get a couple of questions talking about, let's first, John, the seals and the filters. So you replaced them 2 times. What I'm wondering is, do you need or would you consider replacing them again? Or are you going to use the seals and the filters that are in place now? And I also want to ask, to back up Bill's comments, I've asked for a reentry trajectory. Okay, there's one for Artemis I. I've asked a couple times for Artemis II. If you could make that available, okay, and with a little explanation. We've heard general terms, but I'd like to hear some details. Why it is better compared to Artemis I. You're not doing the skip reentry. Give us some details about that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Let's see. So the seals and the filter are 2 separate issues. We ran into the filter problem during the confidence test. The EGS folks and the filters on the skid on the ML, and so Charlie's team went through that part. So I'll let her describe that. I think right now, as always, if we ran into a challenge on the seals, we would look at the data and make a decision about what the next steps would be. I will tell you right now, I got a pretty high level of confidence in the configuration that we're in right now. It's out there at the pad. It's going to be there at the pad until we go fly. Very little influences can go on to change the configuration we're in right now. You want to talk about the filter?
Sure, and I would agree with John. There would be no plan to go change the seals. We had great performance yesterday, and there would be no reason to go relook at those. In terms of the filter, John said it. It's on the cryo skid that's on the mobile launcher, and so what happened during the confidence test is that we saw a delta P across that filter that we didn't expect, and it was right around the time that we were transitioning to fast fill. So what we were left with was, did we have something that was clogged in the filter? Was the filter frozen? What caused that? And so we went in, and we had to wait a couple of days for it to warm up, get it up to the right temperatures, because the last thing you want to do in a cryo system is introduce moisture. And so we went in, pulled that filter out. What we found was that it wasn't clogged. So we were left with, there's no debris in it, and so it was likely some air that got ingested into the system somewhere, and it froze as part of those operations. So we purged it out, put in a brand new filter, and continued our purges, and again had really good performance yesterday. We would have no plan to go in and touch that again. You know, one of the things with cryo systems is one of the ways you can actually have problems is when you open them up.
Safer to keep them buttoned up.
Yeah,
Hey,
they're working.
This technical community works closely together. I got to give kudos to the ULA folks and some other folks that stepped in and worked with the EGS guys and SLS guys to share some of their learnings relative to frozen nitrogen or frozen air in their filters, and they had seen it before too, and that they provided some valuable data to help drive this thing to closure.
I'll address the question about the Artemis II trajectory. Thank you for the comment. We'll see what we can do, getting you some information there, some more detailed information. I wouldn't say that the Artemis II trajectory is in any way a better trajectory than Artemis I. It's different, and it's uniquely designed specifically for the Orion heat shield capabilities that we have for Artemis II. It's also uniquely designed based on this free return trajectory that we have. So it's not an entry profile that we would use for the Artemis III mission, for example, that's in orbit around the moon and then coming back to Earth. It is something that we have the ability, because we're on this free return, we use this specific trajectory that allows us to come in and manage those heat loads on the Artemis II heat shield, which we believe we now, on all of the work that's been done since Artemis I, understand what we expect the performance of that heat shield to be specifically. We will make changes to the heat shield for Artemis III. In fact, it's already built. It's sitting over in the ONC building right now. So this is a unique trajectory, and it's specific for this mission. But I do take your point, and we'll see if we can get you some more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's unique just to Artemis II. We won't use this type of trajectory again when we have the more capable heat shield.
Oh, sorry, Ken. Do you mind? We have a couple of other people online as well. Do you mind? We'll try to get back around to you, we promise. All right, Megan over there.
First of all, congratulations, Megan Moriarty with WESH2 here. First and foremost, what, I guess specifically for Charlie, what kind of emotions were you feeling at 10:16 p.m. last night, and how confident are you for a March launch date? And then for logistic purposes, besides March 6th, what are some of the other dates that we could possibly see this launch?
All right, so how did I feel last night? I felt great. The team had worked really hard. We had some challenges in Artemis I, and, our SLS chief engineer and my friend John Blevins often says you have to earn your right to fly. And I felt like last night was a big step in us earning our right to fly. So felt really good, very proud of the team, because they continue to work through the challenges, whether it was in the integrity test, whether it was in the wet dress. And all of this really does prepare you to fly. John talked about how the team executed, and all of that I would say that proficiency in execution, the timelines, the way that they've matured, the procedures, all of that was reflected last night, and it's all a testament to the work that the team did to be ready for that. So I felt really good about it, good about the test, proud of the team. How do I feel about March 6th? I mean, as Lori talked about it, we have to get through the flight readiness review. We got work ahead of us. But certainly, as I told our team during the pre-test briefing for wet dress, we have 2 big jobs ahead of us. One was a successful wet dress and meeting our test objectives for that. And, during Artemis I, we left a few of those on the table, and we still made a successful run at launch, even though there was a few of those we didn't demonstrate. Last night, we demonstrated them all. So that gives me great confidence in going into launch countdown relative to how to load the vehicle, the performance of the SEALs, the performance of the team, kind of things you might see in term count. Let's see. And then the other work that's ahead of us is the contingency pad access that I talked about. That is a first-time op at the pad. So we haven't done that before. It's a new capability we developed for Artemis II, specific to providing a retest of the flight termination system at the pad. If you recall, for Artemis I, we roll back to retest that. That's where we have access in the VAB. So we have these 2 access trusses that we install on the mobile launcher. It provides temporary access out to those compartments so that we can access the ordnance and we can go retest it. So I will have you a much better answer on how that goes once we get into the work. But that is really the last remaining thing, other than just buttoning everything up, getting into your final configuration for launch. So
Earning the right to fly. That's the takeaway from the test last night. Things for the most part went well. We're hearing officials talk about some of the additional things that need to be done ahead of a potential launch on March 6th, but hoping to see that. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now at the Fontainebleau, Miami Beach, where the 2026 U.S. Caribbean Maritime and Ports Forum is going on right now. You see the panel discussion that was going on just wrapped up. I believe the next thing that we expect is to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. So we're staying tuned for that and anticipating his remarks shortly. Right now, let me get you back to Kennedy Space Center, where we're hearing a lot of questions from reporters about the upcoming Artemis II launch. Some of the lessons learned from the dress rehearsal, the second dress rehearsal last night that was completed, and some of the work that still has to be done to get ready for that March 6th targeted launch, with crew members going into quarantine to get ready for that later today. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Questions. Actually, I think I have two of them for Lori. The first one is about a comment you made a little bit earlier about for Artemis III, and you wouldn't be picking the crew because you had to pick the right crew for the right mission. And could you elaborate on that a little bit? And does that reflect questions about which human landing system you're going to be using? And is there any update on that? And nearer term for Artemis II, I'm wondering what NASA's strategy is for getting the word out to the public about Artemis II, because I'm still surprised at how many people don't even know that we're going back to the moon.
I'll take your first question first. Yes. So as you know, we have been over the last several months thinking about trying to introduce a little bit more of a competitive nature and trying to get our crew to the lunar surface. And so we are looking at potential, the potential of having either the Starship or the Blue Origin lander landing capability. So that will make a difference in training. And then also just even as we refine the work that we want to do on the lunar surface, that will also define exactly what types of capabilities that we need, the complement of capabilities that we're going to need with that crew. So that's kind of where we are and what's going to drive the selection. So I would anticipate, over the next many months or year or so, us starting to really refine and think through what that will look like. So stay tuned on that. Let's see. The first question had to do. I'm sorry. What was the first one or the second question on Artemis II?
How would you get people to know
get the people to know about it more? Yes. Yes, I agree. We need to start getting the word out. Let's do that. I'm going to rely on you guys to help us a lot in getting the news out and getting the story out, and our PAO folks as well. And hopefully, by leaning in a little harder on when we think we really anticipate our ability to launch, hopefully in March. I think that helps a lot as well, where it's not an ambiguous time in the future. We've had this successful wet dress rehearsal yesterday. I think a lot of folks up to this point have said, we watched Artemis I and it went, significantly beyond when we first started talking about it. But this is really getting real, and it's time to get serious and start getting excited.
All right, next question on the phone, Jeff Faust, Space News.
Good morning. Quick question on the leak rates that you measured. Was that low leak rate, that 1.5% or so, constant throughout the test from fueling through the terminal countdown, or were there points in the test that leak rate peaked, and does that provide any sort of diagnostics about what might have been the root cause of the issues you were having earlier? Thanks.
Yeah, so no, it was not a constant leak rate. In fact, I just have the max leak rate for during our field operations, and it was, I'm going to say this, 0.4% was our max in fast fill, 0.4%. So that is almost unheard of. Even in Artemis I, we did not see leak rates that low. The leak rate in term count we saw was in the first run.
This is a news conference continuing. It appears Governor Ron DeSantis is going to begin his remarks shortly in Miami Beach. So we are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. A standing ovation for Governor Ron DeSantis at the Fontainebleau Miami Beach, where he is speaking at the U.S. Caribbean Maritime and Ports Forum. Let's go ahead and listen in as he begins his remarks.
You know, we had an issue with during COVID where the CDC shut down the cruise lines. And, you know, I was like, and I understood, particularly in those early days, people didn't know that you had a breakout on one of the ships, an outbreak on one of the ships, and so they were doing stuff. And, you know, sometimes some people were just trying to be cautious. But then it got to the point, I'm like, well, wait a minute. You have an unelected bureaucracy that's going to just shut down an entire industry. That's not the way this country works. And so we actually sued the CDC, and we had a long, you know, kind of fight with that. We sued, the cruise ships didn't even sue because they were scared of the federal government. They were scared, I think, of reprisal. And really help pave the way for the cruise lines to get back and going. It's an important part of our economy. Obviously, it's an important part of tourism. But, you know, one of the things we did, I remember we did an event, I think we were at the Port of Miami, and I had all these workers there. And, you know, a lot of them were time because, you know, part of it is they needed income and all this. But a lot of it was like, you know, this is part of their lives. Back to normal. So we're able to do that, and obviously I think those cruise lines had much better productivity out of Florida than in some of the other areas that they've been able to do, and we recognize how important that is. We also have great synergy with a lot of the nations around this area. I mean, I remember when Hurricane Dorian came in 2019, you know, that was actually, a lot of people thought it was going to hit Florida. So we did a lot of preparations. I mean, like that was my first year as governor, and so we had instituted some changes in terms of how we respond to storms. And one of the things is working with all the utilities to pre-stage these trucks so that when the storm passes, you can reconnect and get people up on their feet with the electricity and everything like that. Gas, all the things, all the essentials. So we were doing all that, and we were preparing, and it's kind of coming towards the peninsula of Florida. But I also looked at all the storms that had ever come that way since 1851. They have them plotted, and I had my staff do that when I took office. And, you know, I looked, and most of them do turn, and then they ride the coast. And so Florida haven't had very many storms actually make a direct impact north of like Palm Beach. I think there was one, like 1964 or something, Dora hit Jacksonville, but they tend to do that. Now, I was not going to say that publicly. So the minute I say it's going to turn and it doesn't, oh, the governor said not to worry about it. But I'm thinking we're prepared. We don't know what's going to happen, you know, and so we're assuming it's going to hit, but I also think it's probably going to turn. And I was telling people that privately, my staff, and I was like, I'm not going to say it publicly, don't worry, but I do think, because I just saw it so many times happen in the curvature of Florida and all this stuff. So it ends up turning north, and so we had really no impact from Hurricane Dorian, and that got over 180 mile an hour sustained winds. It was a Category 5 storm, you know, but the Bahamas, you know, really, you know, Marsh Harbor all the way into Freeport, and it was going very slowly over the Bahamas, so really punishing, and then they did that. But, you know, there's a lot of Floridians that go there, they fish, they boat, they vacation, some of them have homes there, and so there was a lot of private support to be able to help folks in the Bahamas. And I mean, there was millions and millions and millions of dollars from Floridians that were put up towards that effort, you know, to help the victims of Hurricane Dorian. And I remember getting in I think the Coast Guard flew us around over that after the storm, and you're looking down, and I mean, man, it was some serious, serious damage, and I've been able to see how that's recovered over the years. Bahamian time is not quite as fast as we do it in Florida. They do it a little slower. We take pride in really being very, very fast with everything we're doing, but they have recovered, and I've seen some of those areas since then, and I'm glad that. But, you know, there was a lot of Floridians who were involved in that. So our state is a great state to be kind of this gateway partially because we're doing the things that you need to do as a state. We're doing it right. You know, there was some news recently about New York City putting out their budget, and I think they put out a budget, and they have 8 million people, budget's $130 billion proposal. You know, Florida, we have 23.5 million people, and our budget's $117 billion. And so it's like, well, wait a minute, why are you spending all that? And then the state of New York, they have twice the budget, more than twice the budget than we have in Florida, yet, you know, we have better roads and infrastructure, services, you know, our public university system's ranked #1 in America, and we have the lowest tuition for in-state residents in the United States of America. So it's like some of these things are just choices. If you look at all the debt that the state of Florida accumulated over 180 years of our state's history, just since I've been governor, 7 years, we've retired half the debt of the state. And so we now have the lowest per capita debt of any state in the United States. And I think your share as a Florida resident would be about $400 per person. Your share of the federal debt as a U.S. citizen, I think, would be about $120,000. And so it's a much different situation, and ours is going down, theirs is going up. And I'd always tell people, there's the clock in New York City where they would always have the national debt adding, so going up. They've been doing it for decades. I was like, can someone please do a debt clock of Florida? Because it would actually be counting down, not counting up. Imagine that. Isn't that a great thing to be doing? So we've been able to do that. We have no state income tax, which is obviously something, you know, we're very fortunate to have. You know, it's now been making news. You've got people fleeing California for Florida, many people to South Florida, because there's a proposal in California to levy this 5% wealth tax. First of all, a wealth tax is bad policy because a lot of this stuff has already been taxed, and to the extent some of it hasn't been, it's basically an unrealized gain. So you going in and just taking 5% is not good policy, but you also have a provision that says whatever your voting rights are, they're going to impute that you own equity in that. Well, just imagine people that have founded companies, you know, maybe they own some, but their voting rights are a lot more. You're imputing massive amounts of money that they don't actually even own, but you're making them liable for the tax. So it's really an insane policy. It's caused a lot of people, you know, very significant people, to flee because I think they're really worried about what's going to happen. Maybe this doesn't end up passing, but when you have these referenda that you can put on the ballot, it's just a matter of time before something passes. And, you know, we're here in the 250th anniversary of the United States' founding. The founders declared independence. They listed the reasons. They sketched out the underlying rationale and the source of rights and all these, the famous Declaration of Independence and the language in there, which is very important. But it took them another decade to come up with a framework of government, writing a U.S. Constitution and getting that ratified. And if you read the founders, one of the things they were concerned about is, you know, they didn't want a monarchy. And they wanted government to rest on the consent of the people. But they didn't want your rights to just be decided by the bare majority of one popular vote in some referendum. They were very concerned about that. If 50% plus one can take property from others, then eventually this whole thing just goes asunder. And so I think part of the problem with California and why people leave is because they're concerned that if that's the way the government's operating, it's just a matter of time before they do a lot of dumb things. So you're now having people that are coming to Florida who've been very significant, and I think you've seen that very significantly in the last probably 2 months. You know, New York, people would say, you know, they elect this guy mayor, you know, have you seen a flood of people? I don't know that we necessarily have. It's obviously early in the tenure, and so as that happens, you may see. But I will say there's a lot of meat that's been taken off the bone. A lot of people have moved down here over the last 7 years, and we've probably had one of the most significant periods of in-migration that any state has had in American history. In fact, if you look at the income that has moved into Florida since I've been governor, that is more income, even adjusted for inflation, than has ever moved into an American state in the entire history of the Republic. That's a pretty significant thing to have happen. And the number 2 state over this period of time to us is Texas, but I think we're 3 or 4x what has moved in to Texas over the last 7 years. So that's really, really significant. And the way I view it is I'm not asking people to move here because, some of my friends would be like, man, we've got a lot of people that have come. Like, we don't need any more people. I'm agnostic about it. It's a free country. You can move where you want to move. You can do business where you want to do business. I'm not begging people at all to come. And honestly, having some moderation in that isn't the worst thing in the world from where we were a few years ago where so many people were flooding here. But be that as it may, it's a free country and people vote with their feet. And you see a very, very consistent trend of people leaving states that have high taxes, bad regulatory environment, bad approach to crime, too much homelessness, all these other things, moving to states, with Florida being the number one, that take a different approach to all that. And that's likely to continue on some level for the foreseeable future. So all that being said, I think Florida is really a strong foundation from where you would want to have this gateway to the Caribbean. Obviously, we're really a gateway to the entire Western Hemisphere, particularly here in South Florida, and it's something that's going to continue to be an engine for years and years to come. I don't think there's been any state in the country that has been more supportive of investing in our seaports than we have here in the state of Florida. I mean, we've done really historic investment. Clearly, Miami, Port Everglades, we've got them up and down the coast, on both coasts, and it's been a real important part of our economy, both in terms of tourism, but also in terms of international trade. And I remember when they weren't able to get the ships in to Long Beach, we said, we'll take the ships into Florida. And we actually had some of the ships come for a time being. And we're very proud of that, and we're going to continue to do it. So I look forward to continuing these great relationships. I do some limited trade missions around the country, or around the world. We've done Japan, South Korea, Israel, United Kingdom, Ireland, Italy, and then we did the air show in France. We may be doing some stuff in the Western Hemisphere. Pretty easy to make some stops into the Caribbean. So we're going to work on maybe doing that and see if we can continue to bolster the relationship between the free state of Florida and our neighboring countries here that are close by. And everyone in this region has to deal. We didn't have any hurricanes this past year in 2025. I know that wasn't true for everyone. In fact, we were at Bermuda for the reinsurance conference, and they had gotten some. I think they're so used to it because they're kind of just out there. And I know we had another one that hit Jamaica. But Florida, we didn't have one after having 3 hurricanes in 2024. And we had a 10-year period where we didn't have any storms hit the state from 2006 until 2016. I'm hoping that this is another one of those periods where we have a good trend of tranquil summers. We'll see what happens. We did have that. We're always very prepared for that, and we're going to continue to do it. But clearly, when you live in this part of the world, I think us and the neighboring countries really understand what's going on. So the sky's the limit for what we can do. We're going to continue doing the right things. We're going to continue getting things done. And we look forward to working everyone that's involved, not just in tourism and maritime, but also international trade between the state of Florida and our neighboring countries. So God bless everybody. I hope you enjoy it down here in Miami Beach. There's a lot going on this weekend, so hopefully you guys can partake, but it's a great time to be in South Florida. Thanks, everybody. God bless.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up his remarks at that forum in Miami Beach, where he spoke for a little bit, talked about a number of topics, including the economy and a number of other things as well. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks getting ready for a mostly warm weekend.
That's right, mostly warm, mostly sunny, and then mostly cold next week. There's a lot of extremes happening in the next 5 days. It's really wild to see. Let's get to it. Look at that, 77 degrees, beach umbrellas. People are on the sand enjoying the day, right? I mean, we haven't seen that in a while. People actually going to the beach. But it's going to be a good day for it with high temperatures that are reaching the lower 80s on the sand, with mid and even some upper 80s as you head inland. So that's a pretty significant scene there at Daytona. Hour by hour in Orlando, we're going to warm up to the 80s by noon and 87 by 4. So it's going to be a warm one today. Our typical high this late in the year, or I should say this early in the year, but late relative to winter, is 76. So pretty good. If you remember, our coldest week all winter is like the second week of January, average high 71. So we're getting to the point where things are starting to warm up. Freezes become less and less likely. But we've got one more shot of cooler air next week after this little mini heat wave. Today, 87 in Orlando, 88 in Winter Haven, 84 at Daytona. Tomorrow, we're going to warm up to about 88 degrees. So a degree or two warmer across the board tomorrow. And by the way, that is officially at record levels. Our record high tomorrow is 88 in Orlando. Sunday, a little cooler with a cold front moving through. We'll achieve an early high about 79, then a couple of widely scattered showers, and it dries out and becomes windy in the afternoon. Sunday could be a day where the fire danger goes up as well because it's been so dry and humidity low. Here's a look at the cold front. It arrives Sunday morning. We'll get a quick round of showers, and then cold front pushes through and it gets chilly. Both Monday and especially Tuesday mornings will be jacket weather for the kids at the bus stop. Yeah, in fact, we'll go from a high of 88 Saturday to a Tuesday low of 37 degrees. So it's going to be chilly. This is the coldest morning, by the way, next week, where we could see a light freeze from Bushnell to the Villages, Ocala to Gainesville, with temperatures above freezing along and south of I-4, but feeling freezing with the wind blowing. So it's just a heads up. We may see a little bit of patchy frost, especially areas north of I-4, like around DeLand, where the winds will be lighter, also Palm Coast. You know, they say in gardening in Florida, it's best to hold off on planting things that are sensitive to the cold until after the first full moon of March. Well, this year that's March 3rd, so it's early in March, but the general rule is there's always that last cold front, and this may be that one. Not the last cold front ever for the whole winter, but the last really, really cold one. This is going to be one of those years where we probably start to quickly transition back to more regular warm weather, with cooler days being in the 70s. So 87 today, 88 tomorrow, just downright hot, I think. At least the humidity is going to be low. Chance for rain on Sunday, followed by the cooler weather as we head into early next week. Monday, 58 degrees, that's it. Now we're calling Tuesday a Fox 35 Storm Team alert for the cold, only because we could see some frost or a light freeze in spots. So if you went to the garden center and you bought a bunch of flowers, you may want to, they're in a basket, you may want to bring them in or cover them up. And if you're a farmer, well, you know about what's coming. You probably need to think about the crops if you live in like Eustis or places that are really susceptible to these radiational cooling freezes where you could dip down to like 31 degrees. So it's just brief though, back to 80 or so on Thursday. So there you go. It's funny as you start heading into March, it really turns around.
Yeah, and bouncing back quickly.
It really does.
Quickly.
It's a snap, cold snap.
They should call it that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to go talk to him about that.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Garrett. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look in Washington, D.C. right now. You see the Supreme Court of the United States on the left, the White House on the right. President Trump saying just moments ago via his press secretary that he's going to hold a press briefing on the Supreme Court's tariff decision coming up around 12:45. We will try to bring that to you live here on Fox Local, and we will certainly be monitoring that to see what the president's response is. He has talked a lot about that in recent days. Ever since the Supreme Court heard the oral arguments, really, about this case, and talking about how devastating it would be, not just to his agenda, but to the country, he has said, if those tariffs were struck down. They were. It was a 6-3 decision. We are going to talk more about that coming up at 12:30. We've got an economic historian who is going to be joining us to put this into context and talk a little bit more about what happens next after the Supreme Court deciding today to strike down the tariffs that the Trump administration has put into place. We are also wanting your take on all this. What is your reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling on President Donald Trump's tariffs? You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screen there right now as well. Do you agree with the Supreme Court ruling, or do you disagree? Again, those have been struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. It was a 6-3 vote, saying that the law does not give Trump the power to unilaterally impose those tariffs, saying that power is conferred to Congress. So we will have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We are also getting a look at the numbers and the trends of the Orlando area housing market. Numbers in January showing a bit of a slowdown. Let's see here. New listings did rise, but overall sales fell, and homes were on the market a little bit longer this month as well, or the month of January, about 81 days, and that was the longest time on the market for homes in the Orlando area in nearly 10 years. Just a little bit ago, I had the chance to speak with Chris Atwell, who is the president of the Orlando Regional Realtors Association, to put all that numbers, all that information, all those numbers into context, and talk more about what this means for buyers and sellers in this current market here in Central Florida. Chris, getting a look at the market data for January, what are the big takeaways here? What stands out to you?
Well, from my side, we see, January is always a year, Garrett, or a time of year, Garrett, where we end up seeing consumers being distracted, whether it's by the holidays, by the activities of New Year, getting kids back in school, a myriad of different things. And so what strikes me is it's very typical, but we did have a little bit of a slower start to the new year than we normally see. So I'd really try not to get too caught up in January numbers. I'm very interested in seeing, and I'm very optimistic about what our first, second, and even third quarter numbers are going to look like nationally and in Central Florida.
So, like you said, what you're saying is January may not be the best barometer of where things kind of actually stand when it comes to the housing market here.
Correct. And just anecdotally, in a business I used to be in back in the day related to real estate, we used to use the first week after Martin Luther King Day, so Tuesday to Tuesday, as a barometer for how our year was going to be. Completely unscientific, but it seemed to work for us. And that's part of the reason why I don't put too much stock in, or one of the reasons why I don't put too much stock in those full January numbers. I'm very interested, as I said, to see what first quarter looks like.
What do you make of where inventory stands right now in Orlando?
Well, we see about a 7-month supply of inventory, which is a sign of a healthy market. And I think sometimes the instinct of consumers can be to draw from that, because we haven't had 7 months of inventory in Central Florida in quite some time. I think the instinct can be that consumers think, oh, buyers can get a deal. It's a strong buyer's market. And that just simply isn't the case. While it is a buyer's leaning market, 7 months of inventory is really a sign of a pretty healthy and balanced market. Our target is about 5 to 6 months, so 7 months isn't too far from that number.
You say kind of leaning toward a buyer's market. What makes it like that?
Because there is that little slight bit of extra inventory, and we're also coming off of a very strong seller's market, buyers have a little bit of more wiggle room and negotiation leverage than they've enjoyed sincerely in the last decade. It's been the sellers have had the place where have been in the position of power from a negotiation perspective. So buyers still, maintain a little bit of leverage, but it's just simply because there's not as many buyers in the market at this time.
We see that homes spend an average of 81 days on the market, the highest of that number since February of 2016. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so that's almost precisely a decade, right? I make of it that it's a normal market cycle after coming off of a very abnormal market. Florida generally, and Central Florida more specifically, enjoyed a really unusually long high and sustained real estate market coming out of 2020 and all of the fun that season of our history brought us into 2022, 23. And then you saw the market begin to soften around that time. I happen to think we're on an upswing. We've hit kind of the trough, and we're headed in a more positive direction, particularly from a seller's perspective.
Let's talk interest rates. We know that's something that folks, especially those looking to buy a house, are always keep a close eye on. Kind of holding steady at 6% at 6% rather, and we'll see where things go with that. It seems like the Federal Reserve is a little split on where things go next. But how much does that play into things?
Great question. Interest rates, we, again, going back to 2020 in historical context, we enjoyed historically bottom interest rates for a long time. I think many consumers got accustomed to that. So now hovering around 6%, and we expect a slight decline from that number, but that allows consumers to be able to purchase. It increases their buying power. When you're looking at DTI or debt to income ratios and trying to qualify for a mortgage, as little as 1/10 of a point can make the difference for some consumers. So interest rates coming down, money being cheaper or less expensive to hold in the form of a mortgage makes home ownership more accessible for more consumers. So you see more competition. Now, the flip side of that coin is you also see price increases when there's fewer homes and more buyers.
So where do things go from here with the housing market in Orlando? What are you watching for?
As I said earlier, Garrett, I'm really optimistic. I think I'm watching for what I would say the outskirts of Orlando, the edges around the 429 and the 417, geographically speaking. I think those markets are more of emerging markets and growing markets in Orlando and broader Central Florida. And I would also say, going all the way out to the coast, as the legislature gets the condo situation more positive, I think the condo markets are going to come back online as well. So I'm very optimistic. I'm looking forward to what not only this year holds, but the next couple of years for this Central Florida housing market.
Any advice for buyers or sellers?
Always work with a realtor. Interview your realtor, find out their expertise, and work with a realtor that knows your market and also can connect you with, if you're a buyer, the correct resources for you to be able to purchase your home. And if you're a seller, the correct staging companies and transition services you may need to transition from one home to a next.
Chris Atwell, Orlando Regional Realtor Association President, we appreciate you joining us today.
Garrett, thank you for the time. Great to see you.
And we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Friday afternoon. Busy day here. Keep it on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It was the big breaking news yesterday, or at least some of it. We had quite a bit of breaking news yesterday on Fox 35 News Plus, just like we're having today. But the House voting yesterday to approve and move ahead with a plan that would eliminate property taxes in the state of Florida. That would be if voters agree to it. This is a resolution that would put a referendum on the ballot in November. The House voting yesterday 80-30 for that property tax initiative that would phase out property taxes over a 10-year period by increasing the homestead exemption kind of in a steady basis over those 10 years. Its future is uncertain in the Senate. We are also waiting to see what if the governor's office has a proposal. Now, this isn't a law. This isn't something that the governor would have to sign off on. It instead would go to voters if the Senate approves this. But still a lot of questions about its future and where things go from here. This has been a long process. I had the chance earlier today to speak with State Representative Toby Overdorf. He's a Republican from Palm City and also chaired the committee, the House committee that started looking into property taxes and held a number of hearings and meetings and discussions on this issue. Here's my conversation with State Representative Overdorf earlier this morning. Representative Overdorf, first I just want to get your reaction to the vote yesterday. Obviously a pretty wide margin on that. Just kind of give me your take on what we saw on the House floor when it comes to the property tax referendum.
I think what you saw is a resolution that says we're putting money back in the pockets of Floridians, and my compatriots joined me in making sure that this resolution is moving ahead so that we recognize, number one, the huge amount of money that is being spent right now by local government, and number two, the opportunity then to pull back on that a little bit, back to 2021 levels.
You chaired the committee that really kind of got the ball rolling on all of this. We know at one point there were 8 proposals that y'all were looking at. Why does this one that the House passed out yesterday kind of make the most sense to your chamber?
Well, this is the most conservative policy out there. This removes all homestead property taxes, and therefore, if you made a decision to go ahead and live here in the state of Florida, and you've said, I want to be a citizen of the state of Florida, and this is my homestead, then we feel that you shouldn't be taxed on your property anymore for that.
There was some pushback from Democrats on the floor yesterday, seeming to imply that this is a process that's been kind of rushed through, and that there still needs to be some more work to be done. One of the things I noticed that you responded on the floor of the House yesterday was you talked a little bit about the process and all the work that went into this. So what do you tell people when they express that concern that there needs to be more that's looked into this? How do you respond?
Well, when Speaker Perez asked me to chair this committee, we started our work over a year ago. And this has been a process of data collection, of meetings, of going out throughout the entire state. I've met with people from Pensacola to Key West and everywhere in between. So the data collection has been done. We've met with municipalities, we've met with organizations, with groups. We've had the data come into us. We've had the Department of Revenue go through everything. We've had a variety of other people come and testify at our committee. So to say that we don't have the data associated with this, I think is a false statement. And we are prepared, we are ready to move ahead, and we are looking forward to the Senate actually giving us a proposal or reviewing the one that we're sending over to them.
What do you say to those who still express concerns about the loss of revenue at the local government level?
What I would say is that we have currently had an increase in overall ad valorem spending of $18 billion just over the last 3 years. We're going to top over $60 billion coming up this year just in ad valorem. That's only about 32% of the entire revenue the local government takes in. If we take out the homestead side, we're actually removing about 12 to 15% overall of the ad valorem collection and the ad valorem revenue, if you will, for the various municipalities. I think that we can deal with a 10 to 12% cutback in the revenue spending in local government.
Is that the main thing that makes you say that you learned in this process that makes you say this is something that is feasible, that we can handle, and that we can do it in this way?
We have learned so much in this process. We have learned a heck of a lot about what local government is spending their money on. We have learned a lot about the fact that the actual increase in property taxes has far outpaced population. And we have learned that we actually should be able to look at our local governments and ask them to run their government a little bit more like a business. The Florida House has taken budget cuts seriously. We have cut our budget last year. We cut our budget again this year. And we propose that, as we look forward, we're going to need to be doing these things. And so all we're doing is asking our local partners to join us in that effort, put money back in the pockets of Floridians, and make sure that they are not cash strapped just for being a resident here in the state of Florida.
A lot of questions now, now that this has passed the House, a lot of questions about what happens with it in the Senate. We're still waiting for a proposal from the governor as well when it comes to property taxes. Are you frustrated with how the other chamber and the governor have handled this?
I have to say I'm proud of our chamber. I'm proud of the fact that we have done the work on this. And when the governor made the call over a year ago and sounded the alarm about property taxes, we went to work. We went to work right away. I can't say the same for all the others out there, at least from the evidence that I've seen. But I'm looking forward, sincerely, to be able to work with the partners in the Senate and hopefully also receive a proposal from the governor. That being said, remember, a House Joint Resolution passes the House, passes the Senate, and then potentially is going to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, but it will go right to the ballot after that. So the governor actually doesn't sign off on the proposal. Of course, we'd love to have his support in this, but we shall see what happens as we move forward.
What is your message to voters across the state of Florida who are looking at this, and if they do end up with the chance to vote on this in November, what would you say to them?
I trust our Florida voters, and they're going to make a decision that is best for them, that is best for their pocketbook, and the best for their future. We want to give them that option to be able to choose how they would like to proceed in their future, if they want to continue to pay property taxes on their homestead property or not. And that is what the choice will be.
And this is a big step, Representative Overdorf. We heard remarks from the House Speaker yesterday saying this may be the first time in the country that a step this aggressive has really been taken. What do you make of that?
I'm very proud of Speaker Perez, and I'm very proud of my compatriots in the House that voted for this measure. And he's right. This is a huge step forward to say no to homestead taxes. And if you make your home in the state of Florida, we're saying that you should not have to pay property taxes, non-school property taxes associated with that.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about the budget. We know there's just a few weeks left in the legislative session. Do you think there's time for a deal to be hashed out, the agreements between the House and the Senate, without having to go into overtime again?
I've seen all kinds of things. I'll never say never, most certainly. And there's always deals that can be made, and there's opportunities for us to move ahead. Right now, the House is forging ahead. And breaking news: I just got my assignments for the actual budget review. So we're excited about that. I'm not sure exactly where the Senate is in all this process, but I know that the House again is prepared, is ready, and we are moving forward under the guidance of Lawrence McClure, who's our budget chair.
All right. So what are you going to be looking for in that process as it moves forward?
Hopefully to get out on time.
That's well said. I'm sure you're not the only one who feels that way, especially after the last legislative session that took a little bit longer than anticipated.
Yes, most certainly. Unfortunately, we've already been told we're having a couple of special sessions coming up. So hopefully at least one of those, the one on property taxes, won't happen. We can get that done during session, but the intimation has been that we'll have a special session on that, as well as another special session beyond that.
Yeah, this special session on redistricting slated for April. State Representative Toby Overdorf, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Give you a live look right now in the White House press briefing room, where President Trump expected in about 15 minutes or so to respond to the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. We're going to keep an eye out for that. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we've got Philip Magnus, an economic historian, a trade policy expert, who's going to join us to break down this decision and talk about what happens next. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's give you a live look right now outside the Supreme Court of the United States in Washington, D.C. A 6-3 ruling today striking down Trump's use of tariffs. We expect his response shortly. This is a live look inside the White House press briefing room where the president is expected to talk around 12:45 and give his response and his reaction. This is something he has talked a lot about as we've awaited this decision over the past few weeks and months, saying that he believed it would be devastating for this outcome. So we wait to see and hear what he has to say about that shortly. But let's talk about the fallout from this, and let's talk about the historical context for this, what this all means kind of in the grand scheme of things. We've got Philip Magnus joining us now to put this in context for us. He's an economic historian, a trade policy expert, and a senior fellow at the Independent Institute. And Philip, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
First of all, I just want to get your overall reaction when you first heard about this. Obviously, a big ruling today from the Supreme Court.
Right. So I think this was an expected decision based on the comments that the justices made back in the hearing last fall. Basically, the question was over whether Trump has the power to unilaterally impose tariffs by emergency decree under IEEPA, or the International Economic Emergency Powers Act. And the court ruled pretty straightforward that no, he does not. In fact, that is a constitutional power of Congress that's explicitly stated in Article 1. Congress shall have the power to assess taxes of this type, which are tariffs.
And so kind of seeing the reasoning for this, what does that tell us about the Supreme Court's view on presidential power and the limits of that in the Constitution?
Well, this is a restricting decision on presidential power because Trump basically interpreted the vagaries of this IEEPA statute to give him a wide opening to far exceed any intended authority that Congress had ever given him. And the court, frankly, Chief Justice Roberts, writing for the majority, slapped him down and did so pretty hard based on the fact that he did not have the statutory authority. He was claiming through interpretation a power that the president simply does not have.
And so what is the fallout from this? You know, how does this? What happens now? Are there going to be refunds? What happens?
So I think the immediate decision, it hands it down to the lower courts to determine their next steps and in terms of refunding potentially the importers that had to bear the burden of these tariffs over the last year or so. And we're talking fairly substantial amount of money, over $200 billion in tax money was collected, and now under these plainly illegal tariffs. So the government will have to respond to that, and likely there will be some further action to seek refunds. I think the next question, though, is what does the president do to salvage his tariff policy? Because he's stated he wants to press forward. And he's kind of entering into some of the same territory that Joe Biden did with the student loan decisions. If you remember, the Supreme Court ruled against Biden in attempting to forgive student loans. And it was a major decision at the time. And Biden started to look around in other forms of statute to try to find different ways that he could engage in student loan forgiveness. And it began this legal jockeying back and forth where Biden would try to exercise another statute and the courts would come back and slap him down. So I expect Trump probably as soon as this afternoon will be announcing he's pivoting to other trade statutes to try to reinstate tariffs. But the one thing he faces now, those other statutes have much more onerous and restrictive requirements that he has to meet in order to impose tariffs.
Are there potential kind of workarounds? Are there some ways that that President Trump and future administrations can still kind of get what they want, in the aftermath of this ruling?
Yeah, there are a couple different statutes they can use. There's an older and more conventional way to impose tariffs. It's referred to as Section 301, and it comes from the Trade Act of 1974. So I won't bore you with the details of the statute, but it basically allows the president under certain circumstances to conduct an investigation and determine that a foreign country is discriminating against the United States in the economic arena. And after that investigation has been handed over to Congress and the findings have been made, the determination is made, then he can impose a specific tariff on that one country. Now, this probably applies to something like China that has engaged in behavior that's arguably discriminatory. What it does not allow him to do is to put a tariff on every single other country in the world, which is what he was attempting to do under IEEPA. So he'll have a much more narrow power that he can exercise under Section 301. And based on past court decisions, they would probably uphold that as long as he followed the requirements of the law.
I want to give everyone a live look right now at the Dow Jones, which is down a little bit now, but you can see that spike right around 10 o'clock when the Supreme Court ruling came out. How do markets react to this, and what does something like this mean for the markets and for global trade moving forward?
The great question since Liberation Day back in April of last year has been uncertainty about the tariff regime. Not only has Trump changed the tariffs he attempted to apply, often on the fly, different rates several times of the week, and then he contradicts previous rates. Well, that creates uncertainty for importers and for supply chains and for domestic producers and based on what they're trying to place their orders for, because they don't know what the tariff rate is going to be. This decision re-injects certainty into the marketplace because now we actually have reasonable expectations going forward of what the policies will be. And that allows companies that have delayed their decisions and purchase orders for months, waiting for the Supreme Court case to come down, to finally proceed ahead with some sort of certainty about what the market's going to look like in the future.
Is this a unique moment in history, or have we seen some precedent for this before?
It's a unique moment in modern times because no president has ever tried to claim such sweeping tariff authority as Donald Trump did. And the court really reined him in on that. To get previous historical examples, you have to go back to the 19th century for some major ones. There was a nullification crisis between several state governments and the federal government in 1828 over the issue of the tariff. And it actually brought Congress almost to blows until they retreated with a compromise. And then the other historical precedent is in 1930, at the outset of the Great Depression, Congress passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which is very notorious because it imposed tariffs on most of the rest of the world and caused a retaliatory trade war that plunged us even deeper into the Great Depression. So it was considered a policy mistake, and just 4 years later, Congress retreated from that mistake. So we haven't seen anything like this in almost a century at the closest example. But here we have the Supreme Court coming in and very decisively knocking down a policy of the president to impose tariffs.
We've talked about what happens next in kind of a number of different avenues. I'm curious about how Congress responds as well. Might they take some additional steps to, to kind of further this ruling to stand up for kind of their independence and their role when it comes to something like this?
Absolutely. The ball is definitely in Congress's court now. And up until now, they've been evading even having votes on the tariff issue. Speaker Mike Johnson put in a legislative procedure that basically blocked any votes from occurring on the floor because he knew that there was discontent. He knew he'd probably lose those votes from the president's position. Now that expired earlier this month, and there had been some stirrings of some congressional pushback against the IEEPA tariffs. But now it's a whole new ballgame because the IEEPA tariffs themselves have been declared illegal by the Supreme Court. And what this means is any future tariff decision by Trump, if they have to go through something like Section 301 or one of these other existing statutes, there are reporting requirements to Congress. They have to turn over the findings of their investigation of other countries to Congress. There are hearings, there are votes that now must take place. So Congress, whether it likes it or not, is being forced back into the tariff arena.
Well, we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Philip Magnus, Senior Fellow at the Independent Institute, an economic historian and trade expert. You've been very enlightening this afternoon. We appreciate you joining us and putting this into context and perspective for us.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but before we do, we want to get your reaction. This was our poll question that we first brought up earlier. Do you agree with the Supreme Court's decision? Do you disagree with it? Looks like we're about 1/3 to 2/3 right now. So let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen right there. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
And welcome to this week's Community Crossroads segment. We are here with Ashley Edwards and Sarah Bargley from U-Nation. We're going to talk a little bit about things to do this weekend.
I'm so excited. Spring is finally here. It is gorgeous in Orlando this weekend, so let's get outside and have some fun.
Speaking of getting outside, we have the Lake Nona Art Festival happening this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, February 21st and 22nd. It's going to be a beautiful weekend from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. You can check out a ton of local and national artists for free in the Lake Nona Town Center. There's going to be live music, food trucks, lots of great things. This is a family-friendly event, perfect for kids. If you're just shopping around and you're looking for new artwork, you can come here and check out all the cool artists that they're going to be having. There's a lot of different displays, and this is a reoccurring event. This happens every single year. Our team went last year, and they had so much fun. You'll see it in the footage over here, but it's such a great time. Saturday, again, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday as well, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can purchase art again, and there's just going to be a lot of great things. And speaking of art, Immerse Fest is also happening this weekend. This one's going to be in downtown Orlando, so make sure to prepare because they will be closing off some of the roads. It's happening tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday, so all 3 days there's something to do tonight while the weather is just so beautiful. Tonight's going to be starting at 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Same with tomorrow, but Sunday is going to be a little bit of a longer day from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. Again, downtown Orlando, so make sure to plan ahead with the parking. Get to those garages early. Roads will be closed. There's going to be aerialists, dancers, live performances, theatrical acts, a ton of different Instagrammable spots, and the tickets are free technically, but if you do want to go check out those larger exhibits and explore them, they have tickets that you can purchase so you can go inside and see everything. And of course, they have VIP food and drink packages as well. But if you're not looking to try that food, there are a ton of great places to eat in downtown, including the Bow Spot. There's a great birria place. There's a lot happening. Make sure to plan ahead, bring your phones, get that footage, get those photos. There's going to be projection mapping, digital art displays, interactive experiences, pop-up stages all around. Also, I recommend wearing walking shoes because you will be walking. So get comfortable, put on that cute outfit, but then just don't show your sneakers, you know? It's going to be a lot of fun. And this is also another event that happens every single year. It's actually ran by Creative City Project, which runs Dazzling Nights. So have you ever seen Dazzling Nights where they go all out? They go all out with this festival too. And it's perfect for a date night, bringing your friends, and if you love art. So make sure to check this event out.
Sports are also back this weekend. Orlando City Soccer is kicking off their season. Game number 1 is happening this Saturday night at 7:30 p.m. at Inter&Co Stadium. Guys, if you have not been to an Orlando City Soccer game, take this as your sign to go. And my insider pro tip is the February and early March games are the best ones to go to because the weather is phenomenal. If you wait a little bit to the summer, it gets a little bit hot. So definitely take advantage of these springtime games. Get in the zone for the stadium itself. The game starts at 7:30. It opens as early as 6:30, so you guys can come in, get your snacks, get your drinks. And when I tell you about the snacks, guys, the local food options at Inter&Co Stadium are absolutely incredible. And again, it's so much local love where you can see all of the great food options in Orlando, including some of your favorites like Four Rivers Smokehouse, King Bao, The Coop, Zaza Cuban Cafe, Fat Ash Bakes, which has some of the best cookies, by the way, absolutely incredible for that sweet tooth. And my personal favorite, Hollerback's German Restaurant, which is located in Sanford, but of course they have a little location inside Inter&Co Stadium. So even if you're maybe not a big sports person, go for the experience, go for the vibes, sit close enough to the fan section so you can hear them doing all the chants and all the cheers because they bring the energy to this stadium and this experience. I can't talk enough about how much I love going to Orlando City games.
I had the opportunity to go last night to preview some of the amazing food that was going to be on display this year and during the stadiums. So a couple of shout outs I have. Zaza, like you mentioned, that was my favorite of the night. Hollerbacks. I've never tried Hollerbacks, but I'm gonna have to go to the restaurant now. Their samples were amazing, and Four Rivers always an Orlando staple. So if you're, like you said, if you're not going to go to the stadium for the game, go for the food because it's to die for.
Go for the food and then like stay for the game and you'll have a great experience for the game. Let me tell you.
For
Parking
sure.
can be a little crazy over there, so bring cash, be prepared. Parking can be anywhere from like $15 to $20 depending on how much you're willing to walk, but it's a great experience. Trust me, trust us. You're going to love it and have so much fun.
Well, perfect. And the season just started, so we can look forward to so many more Orlando City games.
This is game number 1. Number 1. We have so many to look forward to.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
If you guys are looking for more of the great stuff to do across Orlando this weekend, you guys can download the free UNation app because we have so many more events happening in this city beautiful. It's such an incredible weekend to get out there and explore. And if you guys want to connect more locally with us, you can follow us on Instagram and TikTok and all the social media platforms at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah and Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is your reaction to the Supreme Court's ruling on President Donald Trump's tariffs? That is our question of the day right now. 64% of you saying you agree with the Supreme Court striking down those tariffs. About 36% of you saying you disagree with that decision. So we want to know what you think. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or pull out your phone, scan that QR code. You can do it by just pointing your camera at it and then clicking that button that pops up. That'll take you right to our poll page. We want to know your thoughts, so let us know. We'll continue to monitor that. We are also monitoring and waiting for President Donald Trump, who is expected to speak any minute now inside the White House press briefing room, where he will respond to that Supreme Court decision. We've seen reporting from the Associated Press saying that he called it a disgrace when he was in a meeting and was handed a note from an aide that told him that the Supreme Court had struck down those tariffs. So we are waiting to hear from him. A couple of other things that we are also waiting on as we get closer to this 1 o'clock hour. Let me give you a live look right now inside the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Florida. This is the U.S. Attorney's Office in Orlando right now, where we're awaiting a news conference and officials with the Department of Justice, with the FBI, talking about a federal indictment that has been unsealed, charging members of a criminal enterprise. So these are gang members now charged with conspiracy to commit murder, drug trafficking, racketeering, a number of federal charges those suspects are facing, and we are waiting for details on that. I can also tell you that we are waiting for an update from the Marion County Sheriff's Office that is going to talk with us about the arrest of a man in connection with a 3-year-old girl's death. This is a story that we have been tracking. We had few details on it yesterday, but we are certainly learning more about that today. You can go to fox35orlando.com, and we've got what we know about it right now, some very disturbing details that are hard to read and hard to talk about. But we also know that Jerron Combs, he's 32 years old. He is the suspect who was arrested in this case, made his first appearance in court earlier today, where the judge decided to deny bond. He's charged with aggravated child abuse. Again, this 3-year-old died from injuries, and now this man is charged after deputies say he admitted to causing some of the injuries that led to her death. So we're anticipating an update in the next few minutes on that. While we're waiting on that, I'll go ahead and play for you his appearance in court earlier today. And here is that as, again, a judge denying bond for the suspect accused and facing charges in the death of a 3-year-old girl.
Jerome Combs, 9/27/1993.
Mr. Combs, you are before this court. You're charged with 1 count of aggravated child abuse. Based on the information you placed in your application, I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. This court has already read the probable cause affidavit, and I do find there is probable cause for your arrest, sir. State priors?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. He has a driving while license suspended from 2023, a domestic violence battery in violation of pretrial release from 2020, and another battery from 2020. And the state would be asking that he be held on pending a pretrial detention motion that is intended to be filed. There's also a detective with major crimes here if Your Honor needs testimony regarding the no bond status.
If he wants to come forward, he or she.
It's Detective Hardigan.
If you want to come forward, ma'am, come on. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, please? Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Just state your name first and go ahead.
Caitlin Hardigan. And, Your Honor, I am also requesting on behalf of the state and the sheriff's office that this defendant be held with no bond for several reasons. For one, the
decedent in this case. The child is currently undergoing an autopsy. We will be pursuing this case as a homicide investigation. The defendant made several admissions to the injuries that the child sustained as a result of his actions, and when law enforcement arrived on scene to conduct their preliminary investigation, he was observed getting into a vehicle to flee, presumably. I will add also that I attended the forensic interviews with his children at Kimberly Center. Those children also made admissions of past incidents, historical incidents of child abuse that will be investigated also.
All right, State, you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, he's been appointed to the Public Defender's Office. Mr. Walker, do you have any questions for this detective?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Combs, you are not allowed to return to 16557 Northeast 44th Avenue in Citra. You're not allowed to have contact with anyone under the age of 18. And let me just change that, unsupervised. You're not allowed to have any unsupervised contact. The supervisor has to be someone that's over the age of 21.
So we are listening into that hearing again. He was denied bond. I do want to go ahead and get you to this U.S. Attorney news conference in Orlando announcing the unsealing of some indictments of gang members now facing a number of charges. We're going to go ahead and start listening in with the caveat that as soon as we hear from Marion County Sheriff's Office about that case, we're going to jump to that. So I just want to go ahead and let you know we are streaming this event separately on fox35orlando.com and also on YouTube. So if you want to see this full U.S. Attorney's news conference, you can find that there. But let's go ahead and listen in as they begin talking about this conspiracy to commit murder, racketeering, and drug trafficking case out of Florida.
And next to him in the middle out here is Special Agent Cameron Smiley, and Special Agent Scott Archer is immediately behind, to the left of Agent Smiley, right behind Special Agent Fodor. What we're going to announce here today is the indictment of 11 individuals and the charges that you have before you, and I trust you do have the indictment. Those charges range from conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Practices Act, RICO, violent crimes in aid of racketeering and narcotics trafficking. The focus of this indictment is a criminal gang called Sex, Money, Murder 24K. It's a renegade gang operating independently throughout the United States and regionally. It initially was connected to the Bloods coming out of California. It evolved into the Bronx and the East Coast, and it made its way down to Florida in the 1990s, and it's firmly ensconced here. Let it be said that this criminal organization, Sex, Money, Murder 24K, is a sophisticated organization that is involved in narcotics trafficking, making money to protect each other, and involved in retaliation that anyone transgresses. Is an organization that operates with a sophisticated hierarchy and operates with rules and regulations. As we speak today, many of the members of Sex, Money, Murder are incarcerated in the Department of Corrections facilities throughout the state of Florida. Nevertheless, both within the facilities of the Department of Corrections of the state of Florida and on the street, these members of Sex, Money, Murder 24K are operating on a continuous basis as we speak. One of the individuals that you're going to hear about throughout all of this and is listed in the indictment is an individual by the name of Tyrone Conaway. He is central to the scheme, especially the drug trafficking scheme that you have set forward with you. He was initially in the Avon Park Correctional Facility, and in there he trafficked in contraband and drugs over a significant period of time. And what they did with the profits of that were several-fold. They provided money to the SMK hierarchy with the intent to advance and impact the advanced sex, money, murder throughout the state of Florida and throughout the Department of Corrections, and to have a significant impact on individuals within the Department of Corrections facilities. It was an impact, presence, and force. They took steps to protect their organization. You'll see another name coming in this indictment by the name of Hernando Thompson, and at the end of this we can go through exactly what these individuals did. But Conway conspired with Thompson to manage and organize sex, money, and murder 24K to protect this drug distribution network. How did they do this? They murdered any member of Sex, Money, Murder 24K for violating the rules. With regard to non-murders, non-members, they would retaliate against non-members for any transgressions or any perception that another member of Sex, Money, Murder 24K was being attacked by a non-member. Conway and Thompson had these violent acts carried out by other defendants that we have before us on behalf of Sex, Money, Murder 24K, including Alvin James, Charles Mann, and Terry Tillman. And I'll go through what these individuals did specifically at the end of this. Conway and Thompson also conspired with many others regarding a drug distribution network in numerous Department of Corrections facilities throughout the state of Florida. Who's involved in that? The defendant Eddie James Rhodes, Tracy Honey, Monica Flores, Tyler Abbott, Junio Sandoval.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get you to Marion County here, where Lieutenant Paul Bloom with the Sheriff's Office has just walked out and is getting ready to give an update on this case of the death of a 3-year-old girl. Let's go ahead and listen in as this gets underway.
All right. I appreciate all of you coming out. It's a story of interest to each of us. Yesterday about noontime, we were called out to a home in the area of Citra. That's in the north end of Marion County. Fire rescue had been called to the home in reference to an unresponsive 3-year-old child. They transported this child to the hospital. Fire rescue and the hospital staff did everything they could to save this child's life, but unfortunately she did not make it. Paisley Brown, 3-year-old, passed away. They called us because they noticed some unusual injuries and trauma to the child. So our deputies arrived at the house, and as we arrived, Deputy Basisi was told the person responsible for this is trying to leave. So at that time he detained Mr. Jerome Coons, and we saved the scene what we could, locked it down, began investigating, brought our detectives out there, and asked Mr. Coons some questions. What we learned is that at this home there were a number of other children ranging in ages from 1 to 9 years old that were also in the home. We cannot disclose relationships and names at this point, but there were some that witnessed the incident. And what we learned is that this child was punished, according to Mr. Coombs. She was taped up with painter's tape from her thighs to her ankles, and also her hands were tied and bound with a bathrobe belt tie. That's as punishment for reaching into her diaper. Again, in his words, he told our detectives that he picked this child up out of her playpen and accidentally dropped her, and that's why the injuries. But then he said, I did pop her 3 times, punching her in the chest, and notified her mother. The mother of the child was not at the scene. She was out shopping, running some errands, and was notified by phone by Mr. Coombs, and she returned home. 40 minutes after she was notified of her child being unresponsive, according to Mr. Coombs, they called 911, and that's when the paramedics arrived, and ultimately our detectives and deputies arrived. At this point, Mr. Coombs has been charged with aggravated battery on this child. He's being held with no bond right here across the street in our jail. We are still awaiting a report from our medical examiner as to give an official cause and manner of death for this little girl. When that happens, there may be some new charges that proceed from this case, and it's tragic and it's shocking. This is not something that I don't think anybody as a first responder wants to see, is prepared to see. We try to train and prepare ourselves for these type of things, but it's shocking to us just as much as it is to the public. I can tell you, it's our detectives are working hand in hand with Bill Gladson, the state attorney Bill Gladson, and his folks over there, and as this case is progressing. It's still an active case. There's a lot of questions. I'll try to answer some questions, and I just understand there's a lot that I may not be able to right now just because of where this case is. He is, again, being held on no bond, and he's As far as his criminal history, you may be able to pull that yourselves and see anything in that mind. That's sometimes been a question that you've had. But at this time, any questions from you guys, I can maybe try to answer for you right now. Yes. I'm sorry. How's he connected to the child's mother? Boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? So we're understanding this is the mother's boyfriend is the situation here. Yes.
I was going to say, I mean, into that, in the report, it listed him as a caretaker. Do you know how often, or I guess how long they have been seeing each other, or how long he had lived in that home prior to this?
So I don't know how long he's been living at that home. Again, these are questions that the detectives are still questioning them about and trying to just piece this all together and paint a complete story picture for us. Yes, what we learned is that he was at home taking care of between 4 and 5 children that were there at the house while she was out. So that's between 4 and 5 children that were at the home. Ages ranging from 1 to 9 years old.
Was he often left alone with these children?
Don't know. That's our understanding right now. That's been a practice, but again, how often I don't know.
Have deputies ever responded to this house or this family before?
Didn't see anything here that we've been to this house recently. There's it's just a neighborhood up there in Citra, north end of our county, and I'm sure we've spoken to neighbors that are up there. They're just as shocked as anyone else.
What about DCF? Do you know any responses by that?
Yeah. So for us, I can't comment as to what if they've been out there before. That's a question for DCF. However, I can tell you that any time that we have a call or a case that we go to where there's a child involved, there's been some type of violence, we notify DCF as a policy here just to let them know, hey, that we went to this call, here's what we saw, and we give them all the information we have so they can follow up and conduct their own case. Now, their case, again, is going to be on them. Yes?
So, if I understand correctly, at least his older son from a prior relationship was in the house there. Is it possible they have the 1-year-old together? Is that, is he the father of at least one of her kids?
So the relationships there, we cannot disclose just based on the charges at this time. That may change if the charges change. But right now, I can't disclose the relationships, just that there were children ranging in ages from 1 to 9 years old in that home. Just a tragic thing that was, one of those children was a witness. So for that child to witness this and have to deal with that the rest of their life is upsetting to me as a lieutenant, but it's more upsetting to me as a father.
Was the mother aware that her child had been found, and was the mother also aware that he had delayed in calling 911 and became unresponsive?
That's a great question. Did the mother know this was going on, that the child is being bound up and bound overnight, from what we can tell, because as a punishment? These are questions that we want answers to. Did she know, and was she aware of this? These are things that will, I believe, pan out in this investigation. We will have answers to those questions because for us, I think as deputies, it's a case for sure that that just piques our interest. But more, these deputies as fathers and mothers, it's something that we have to have answers to, just for our own sake, if nothing else.
So she's under investigation?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Is there a possibility for charges to come about for her as well?
So I wouldn't speculate on charges for her. I'm going to say they're going to look into that to see if there is anything that warrants charges, and we'll promise you that if there is, we will place those charges, and we will get with the state attorney's office. They're working with us, and we'll make sure she's appropriately charged if necessary.
On these prior cases of abuse, are you investigating those right now?
So yes, we're being told of past abuse. We do look into past abuse. We make arrests on past abuse. So that is part of it. Yes.
Were the older kids in the house able to provide details as to what happened?
Yes, we were able to speak to a witness in the house, and again, unfortunately, that witness is also a juvenile. And yes, we were able to glean information and get a little more of a picture of what took place there. I can just tell you it's a sad picture.
What are the older children, younger children? Are you able to give us an approximate age of this witness?
I'm not at this point. Yeah.
Who are the children staying with right now, and how are they doing?
So right now, where the children are staying, I cannot say that. I can just tell you that we have contacted DCF to make sure the children are safe, to make sure the appropriate measures are taken for them and their care. I can't answer that. Don't know.
Do we know if some of the children he was taking care of belong to other parents? In which case, they are also obviously concerned about what's going on. Was he watching neighbor kids sometime, or are they all just the mom of Paisley?
No, that's a great question. So whether there was other children in the house that belong to him or to neighbors even or something like that. Don't know that. And the relationship of whose kid was whose, or if there are other, I'm sure there are other parents or that are relatives that are involved here, and that's going to play out. But in the investigation, we'll figure those out, and the relationships and any speculation or accusations of former abuse. Absolutely, like we said before, we're going to pursue those as well.
Was the mother home last night? I know I asked if she was aware of her child was down, but did she leave the house this morning? Was she gone overnight?
So when we received the call yesterday, if I mentioned your question correctly, so yes, at noon we're getting this call that was called in 40 minutes after she found out about this.
Prior is what I meant. Was she home the night prior to this? Did she leave home that morning?
We're being told that she left that morning to go to run some errands, and that was what she indicated to us was going to a post office, tax office, and getting her nails done.
Could you give us a sense of his demeanor when the deputies took him into custody? Did he seem to show any remorse or anything?
Deputies didn't indicate that he resisted in any way or that he was argumentative or anything like that. Just that he was compliant, and his words to our detectives very understated. He said, "I went too far. I took it too far," and we couldn't agree with him more. This is more than just too far. This is the death of a small 3-year-old little girl, and for those deputies, firefighters, medical staff that had to try to help her, it's a sight they're not going to forget. And any feelings that he has, to be honest with you, we don't care. We're going to go after justice, whatever that path is.
We witnessed yesterday a woman yelling at some of your deputies about calling DCF prior. Is she cooperating with you right now?
I don't know. We're speaking to a lot of neighbors, friends, family, any kind of familiar connections that we have to this family to know, to learn anything that we can about this family, about the previous incidents that we're investigating. So don't know who this particular person is, but again, anything with DCF, I can't speak to a DCF case, and that's going to be a question for them that they may or may not be able to talk to. I'm sorry, say that again.
Have you looked into hospital visits at this time for any of the kids at the home?
Our detectives are looking at all that, so they'll get with DCF investigators, they'll get with state attorneys investigators, and again, when this is all said and done, we'll have a very clear painted picture for all this.
Did the doctors indicate that there were older injuries on Paisley at the hospital? Things that might have been weeks or months ago.
So the medical report there, what doctors indicated initially, that's not been released. Those are some things that I'm sure will come out. Their findings and their what alerted them, what alarmed them, that will come out. But yes, they did find traumatic injuries on this child that caused alarm for them and caused us to be called to this scene. So. So 40 minutes to call 911. We teach 4-year-olds how to call 911 in an emergency. And I can tell you, again, as a lieutenant, I don't understand. As a father, I have less understanding as to why, if you're told your child is unresponsive, was all she's being told, it took 40 minutes to call 911. I don't have an answer for that. That's a question that only she can answer.
I don't know if you can answer this, but would that 40 minutes possibly have taken a factor of safety?
So in traumatic injuries, as a former paramedic myself, there is what's called a golden hour. Golden hour after traumatic injury is the time you have to really get at this injury, treat this injury and these symptoms, and every second helps. So was that a contributing factor? I don't know. Don't know if this child, if that would have saved the child's life or not. However, again, like we teach 4-year-olds, call 911 immediately if there's an emergency. There's no reason to delay. All right, just time for one more question if anybody's got a question. Hopefully I have some more information for you soon, as this is, again, very active case, and I think we'll have some more developments here in the coming days, but we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Lieutenant Paul Bloom speaking to reporters there in Marion County, detailing what that child abuse suspect told deputies, saying that I took it too far. They also say that the suspect said that the reason he was abusing the girl was for punishment. Again, he's charged with aggravated battery right now, but could face additional charges once the autopsy comes back. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, actually, I take that back. President Trump just walked up to the podium at the briefing room. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Well, thank you very much for being here. The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide. With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people are obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities, as recognized by the entire court in this terrible decision, and also as recognized by Congress, which they refer to, that are even stronger than the IEEPA tariffs available to me as President of the United States. And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because I wanted to do, and it's very important, I wanted to be very well behaved because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything that would affect the decision of the court, because I understand the court. I understand how they are very easily swayed. I want to be a good boy. I have very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow, and simultaneously, and even more amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P, two numbers that everybody thought upon our landslide election victory could not be attained. Think of that. Nobody thought it was possible to do it within 4 years, and we did it in 1 year. They said, you'll never be able, you'll go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements, all of the Nobel Prize winners in economics. They said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book, and we're continuing to do so. Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India, Pakistan, big ones, nuclear could have been nuclear. Prime Minister of Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to stop fighting. They were getting ready to do some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. I guess there's nobody left to appeal to. But again, those three people, such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries, certainly not the United States of America, which they should be interested in protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little 2-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic, but not with this court. But now the court has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries, but a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had, but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent president. But now I'm going to go in a different direction, probably the direction that I should have gone the first time, but I read the language. I'm very good at reading language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go the way I could have gone originally, which is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so up, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't. He's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301, and the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's the use to get a fee. I can do anything I want with IEEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariff authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward. We will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've already taken in. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold
I don't know, but they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to great place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products. And I said, how are you? Nice to meet you. How's business? President, I'd love to kiss you. This is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man, but a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why? He said, because we were down to working 1 hour a week, and then you came in and imposed tariffs, and all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24 hours around the clock, almost 7 days a week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway. Same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us are thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't. He said, like I've never, and he's been in business for, I think, 45 years, like we've never hired before. That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep it going the same way. And you're going to start to see the results in a year from now when all those factories start that are under construction right now. You see all the construction numbers are so good. Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place. Taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place. Taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place. Taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and
Obviously, we're having some issues with our pool feed from the White House. We are going to get that straightened out. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can pull this up from a White House live stream, and we will do what we can to get you this feed here with minimal interruption as possible. Again, this is President Trump talking about the hold on, let me find myself up there. President Trump talking about the tariffs and taking questions right now from reporters as he announced an executive order that he says he will sign today to impose a 10% global tariff after the Supreme Court decision today to strike down his previous tariffs. Let's go ahead and listen back in. It looks like our feed is back. Let's go ahead and listen in as he continues to take questions.
And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, "You've done something nobody's ever done." 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th. And it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
You said ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people that I believe have undue influence. They have a lot of influence over the Supreme Court, whether it's through fear or respect or friendships, I don't know. But I know some of the people that were involved on the other side, and I don't like them. I think they're real slime balls. And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. Not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent, you know, a lot of times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other ways you can go. You don't have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday you made the case that the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time.
Right.
January jobs report beat expectations. CPI report beat expectation. Real wages are up. What would you tell Americans who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by almost every single country in the world, had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt the army. We built China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl. And I said, you know, at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. You know, fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now. But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shot down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way. We're doing something in a very powerful way, and we're using things that some people thought we should have used in the first place. But it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time, but the end result is going to get us more money, and I think it's going to be great. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, since Liberation Day, there's about $175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
Think of it, Peter. Very fair question. They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with, do you anticipate that they will seek to renegotiate those? What do you say to them? And do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
We're
negotiations?
going straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You claim that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the
things?
farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So, to the President's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress. So there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs. And the Congress people and the Congress.
Down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
yeah,
is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively, I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory, was out of business. He was out of business, and now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in. He's got a brand new crane. I said, "How old is that crane?" We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can this is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the country of Switzerland, we were getting almost no tariffs from them. We had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, but we are a small country, because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, but sir, we are a small country. I said, you're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well. But I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer. So I appreciate your question. I think it's reasonable.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives, yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs,
Yeah.
do those stand now, or are they have to be redone?
Well, some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of them won't, and they'll be replaced with the other tariffs.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court justices who ruled against this the policy, striking it down, are they still invited to your State of the Union next week? And will you speak with them?
They are invited, barely. Barely. 3 are happily invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now?
Yeah,
and on the decision,
changes.
Nothing changes?
No, nothing changes. They'll be paying tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually, but he was much smarter than the people that he was against in terms of the United States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are up as of now for this.
No, the India deal is on here.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you started, and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration make sure that this...
Joining us on Fox 35 TV right now. We've been listening in as President Trump speaks right now. He's taking questions after the Supreme Court ruled earlier 6-3 in a split decision there to strike down his tariffs that he has imposed. In this news conference, he has announced a separate 10% global tariff across the board and says that he will be signing an executive order to do that today. He's been speaking for a while, answering a number of questions here, and let's go ahead and listen in as he continues to take more questions from the podium inside the briefing room at the White House.
Of Iran, and it's very, very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 800 2 weeks ago. Hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people, and I gave them the word: if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe, and also those tariffs that has been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, your sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech. Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite, some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things: energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe is not the same place. Yeah, please.
Justices Gorsuch and Barrett, are you surprised in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah. I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher.
How much higher?
It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
Specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic. And we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. And I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world, because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Did you say
President Trump wrapping up a news conference at the White House where he reacted to a decision from the Supreme Court today in striking down the Trump tariffs that have been put in place. He called that decision very disappointing, deeply embarrassing. You heard him say just a couple of moments ago, he was asked about the justices that he appointed who voted to strike down his tariffs and said they should be embarrassed. They're an embarrassment to their families. He also announced a executive order that he said he will sign today to impose a 10% global tariff, something that he said he believes he continues to have the right to do despite the court's ruling, not on tariffs broadly, but in a with reference to a specific law, the IEPA law that you heard referenced there. As we give you a live look right now at the Supreme Court building in Washington, D.C. this afternoon. We did have the chance as well to speak with an economic historian, a senior fellow at the Independence Institute, who joined me earlier on Fox 35 News Plus and really helped to put this decision into context and talk about some of the fallout and what happens next as well, because this now, obviously a big step in the announcement today from President Trump saying that he will will impose some other tariffs in different ways using some different authorities. So we will see what comes from that and what Congress has to say about this. As you heard in that news conference, Congress did a vote last week to reject the tariffs against Canada. So we'll see if they take any further steps to assert their role as the legislative branch and the legislative body in some of those tariffs. But strong words from President Donald Trump in that news conference that just wrapped up, spoke for maybe 45 minutes or so as he spoke from the podium inside the briefing room at the White House. Well, we still have a lot to get to over our next hour here on Florida Live, so keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we will be right back with more after this. Thanks for joining us today. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the newsroom in Tampa. And Nancy, we appreciate you joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we're going to begin today in Bradenton, where an elite Florida sports academy is paying a massive fine for a major oversight involving international drug money. So we're talking about the IMG Academy, and they have agreed to pay $1.72 million in fines to the federal government. And this comes after investigators discovered that the elite boarding school spent years accepting tuition payments from individuals who were linked to a Mexican drug cartel. Now, according to the United States Treasury Department, the school entered into multiple tuition contracts with two people on a federal blacklist between the years 2018 and 2022. Now, those individuals were sanctioned for providing financial support and services to a Mexican drug trafficking organization. Federal officials say IMG processed 89 separate transactions, mostly wire transfers and credit card payments, to cover the costs for children of those sanctioned individuals. At IMG, that tuition is a significant sum, ranging from $47,000 to more than $102,000 per student per year. Now, the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control says the academy showed reckless disregard by failing to run basic background checks. Officials say a simple screening would have immediately flagged the parents' names on the government's specially designated nationals list. While investigators believe the school didn't have actual knowledge that they were dealing with a cartel, they did have direct contact with parents through emails and invoices. The $1.7 million settlement was reached after a change in leadership at IMG in 2023. The school has since cooperated with the investigation and implemented a new compliance program to vet the source of international money. Federal officials say this case serves as a warning to all schools. They say you must know where your tuition money is coming from. Garrett?
Wow, that is certainly an interesting case. Some interesting things coming out about that.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting case, and since we posted that story on our website, it has been one of our most clicked on stories, so it's definitely getting a lot of interest, and you know, especially not just in this area. We've all heard of the IMG Academy down in Bradenton, but this is an international academy. They have recruiting offices across the world, so this is definitely drawing a lot of attention with the federal government, you know, telling them and all schools that they better know where this tuition money is coming from.
Yeah. And second, in our Tampa Connection today, something that no one really wants to be thinking about yet, and that's hurricane season.
Yes, even though hurricane season is still several months away, crews for Duke Energy over in Pinellas County are literally buried in their work. They are taking this opportunity during the down season, or if you want to call it the quiet season, to put most of those overhead power lines underground. Now, this is part of a long-term strategy to harden the local grid against Florida's unpredictable weather. In Clearwater, crews are currently tackling one of 300 undergrounding projects across the county. It's a job that requires more than just shovels. It involves a collaborative effort between engineers and arborists to identify which neighborhoods are most vulnerable to outages caused by wind as well as falling trees. Engineers use specialized software to map out individual homes using square footage to calculate the exact voltage and the cable size needed for each property. But burying lines isn't the only way that they are prepping. For areas where lines stay above ground, crews are swapping out traditional wooden poles for stronger, storm-resistant versions. The utility is also leaning into self-healing technology, which the Duke Energy describes as somewhat of a GPS for power. This smart technology can automatically detect a fault and reroute electricity in real time. In many cases, customers only see a minute of flickering before the lights come right back on. And currently, about 90% of Pinellas County customers are covered by this self-healing grid. And if you see these crews in your neighborhood, Duke Energy says they aim to keep the impact on your daily routine minimal. While the projects can take up to 3 months to complete. The actual power interruption for homeowners usually lasts between 30 and 60 minutes. And this Clearwater project is expected to wrap up by mid-March. Garrett?
All right, and finally, there's a story out of Pinellas Park where some seniors were stranded. What happened there?
Yes, this all involves an elevator that hasn't been working in their building. Now, I don't know if you can imagine being 95 years old and being trapped in your own home for 3 weeks, but that was the reality for May McElhatton. After suffering a stroke in mid-January, she returned to her 6th-floor apartment at the St. Giles Manor 2 just days before the building's only elevator gave out. And since late January, she hasn't stepped foot outside. She has missed critical doctor's appointments and is unable to get her own medication because she simply cannot navigate her way down 6 flights of stairs. Now, she says management keeps promising to fix the elevator, but the deadlines keep passing. A notice on the door said the repairs would be done by this past Tuesday. However, that day came and went and the elevator was not working. Now, May's son, Dennis, he flew all the way from California to help care for her, and he's been acting as a lifeline, not just for his mother, but for other neighbors who have no family nearby to help. He says it feels like the residents there have been forgotten. When Fox 13 stopped by the front office to get answers, a sign on the door said that staff was away at a conference. Now, we did reach out to the property management company, and a representative said a technician was on site and that the elevator would be working by Wednesday. However, we are told that maintenance crews, while they were out there and they did restore the service to the elevator on Wednesday night, it did break down within several hours. So this is something that these residents, they really rely on this elevator, Garrett. So it's something that hopefully will get fixed in the very near future here.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. We've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now. And TJ, it is finally Friday. Here we are. And it is shaping up to be a really beautiful weekend.
Yeah, I feel like you can't ask for anything better on a Friday, Garrett. It's so nice outside.
I know, and it's going to be warming up. I see some pool weather in my future.
I think a pool weekend would be really good. It's nice because, it's hot, but we don't have the humidity to deal with, which isn't terribly common when we can say we have the heat without the humidity.
Exactly. And it's so nice when you don't have to deal with the humidity too. Mm-hmm. But we also know that on the other side of this, we're going to see quite the change when it comes to our temperatures.
We are, yeah. I feel like it's going to feel like kind of a shock because temperatures are going to really plummet after the warmth. Today, we had it yesterday and into the weekend.
Mm-hmm. But today we're tracking, we're warmer than we were yesterday.
Yes.
And that's going to be the trend we're looking at this weekend.
For sure, yeah. Off to the races already 5 degrees plus for many of us warmer than where we were this time yesterday. And temperatures are just going to continue to trek. We're getting back into the 80s today and tomorrow. Upper 80s just like our Friday afternoon. For most of us, a little cooler near the coast, but many of us inland, Orlando, Claremont, Kissimmee, DeLand, upper 80s, and chasing records, may I add. So that's something we'll continue to keep tabs on. May not break any records, but tying some records, I think, certainly a possibility. Notice our average high is 76 for this time of the year. We're well above that, over 10 degrees higher than where we should be into our weekend, but then temperatures take that nosedive. But it's a short-lived cool down. Highs only in the 50s on Monday, but ahead of that cold front, temperatures likely tying records in Leesburg, Sanford, Orlando. Daytona will be pretty close. Melbourne, a little shy, but either way, nearly record-breaking, if not record-tying heat. But then we have the storm team alert. Garrett, that's going to be the thing we're tracking. Wind chills below freezing, I think, as we head into Tuesday morning. And it's just going to feel pretty rough. By the time we get into our Monday, afternoon, evening, it'll feel chilly, and then by the time we're hitting Tuesday, wind chills in the 20s again. I feel like we just can't shake this. We cannot shake these wintertime feels. They keep coming back.
Yeah, they do. The good thing is, yes, this is cold. Don't get me wrong, but the weird thing is we've seen worse this winter.
We have. I think that cold snap we just had, I think obviously it impacted so many people across Central Florida in such a big way that many will never forget it. Mm-hmm. But at least with this one, temperatures, the actual temperature, for some might approach freezing, especially north and west of Orlando. But I think at least in the metro, we'll probably have temperatures close, but nowhere near as cold as what we just had. So that's good news.
But still to the point that some folks may want to bring plants inside, or
I think so. Probably going out. I'm sure we'll have some freeze watches. We'll probably have cold weather advisories for Orlando and spots that don't get quite to freezing. So winter weather alerts and probably mornings where we have to, or nights before we go to sleep, bringing in the plants, covering them up, and doing the whole shebang once again. Winter coach at the bus stops.
Yeah, I think everyone's, especially now that we've had the taste of
yes,
because we really hadn't had been to had several days where we are now, and now that we've had some warmer weather, going back to the cold is just that much harder.
It's funny, I feel like every time I say something, it always involves the parks or Disney. But we were at Disney Springs talking to a very nice cast member, and he said, "You know what? I don't want this cold weather." I said, "I think a lot of us probably don't want it after what we just had, a few weeks ago." So I feel like it'll be. At least it's short-lived. I'm trying to find the silver, the pros, the silver lining.
Yeah, last time it was a nice week bookended by cold. This time it's the opposite. So we've got the warmer temperatures that we know are coming back, and we can still enjoy this weekend before we get to those cold temperatures. So get outside, enjoy it, lay by the pool, go to the parks, whatever.
I think late next week we'll probably be back up close to 80. So by this time next week, it'll probably be just a distant memory that we were that cold to start the work week.
Yeah, we're ready to put that in our rearview mirror, that's for sure. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Miami just a little bit ago, actually, while President Trump was speaking, so he didn't have the chance to take it live. He was with some officials, a state attorney from that area, also the one of the chairmen on the FIFA World Cup. One of the committees there that's part of the logistics and the planning for the World Cup games that are going to be played in Miami. And they were announcing some efforts and some operations when it comes to human trafficking, which is something we often hear about that is, unfortunately the reality, especially when it comes to the huge events, the Super Bowl, World Cup, and things like that bring in large crowds and international crowds as well. So the Attorney General was talking about that just a few minutes ago in Miami. Here's some of what he had to say.
Back to normal. For some of them, they may never experience a normal life again. But at Camila's house, they're bending over backwards to give that comfort, that care, that sense of security that victims of human trafficking have forgotten. So I'm honored to be joined here by a dream team lineup that'll be speaking today. The wonderful state attorney here for the 11th Judicial Circuit, Kathy Fernandez-Rundle, Rodney Barreto, who's co-chair of the Miami Host Committee for the FIFA World Cup. We've got Amanda Altman, CEO of Christie's House, Gloria Martinez, who is a survivor mentor from the Family Tree of Life Center, Brad McVeigh, our new statewide prosecutor who's up in Tallahassee with me. We have Rita Peters, who is special counsel to the AG's office. She's the bulldog in the courtroom that no trafficker wants to see. Rita gets in there. Rita gets in there. She takes off the earrings, and it's go time. So. We've got Lynn Guyton here today, too, that oversees our Human Trafficking Council in the AG's office, and this is it's a big deal for the office, but it's about to become an even bigger deal. So here in Miami, we've got a statistic that's not a great one. Here in Florida, we're the best in almost every single metric. We're number one in education, economy, tourism, incoming business growth. Unfortunately, especially here in South Florida, we are still one of the top hubs of human trafficking in the entire world. We've got to fight this. We've got to stop this. And it's no fault of ours. We have the best law enforcement in the country that fight this every single day. We've got the best prosecutors that enforce rule of law, that want to put people away for a very long time and send a message, do not do crime in this state. We have terrific victims advocates that give up everything to make these victims feel welcome, that share the love of Christ with them and bring them back to healing. So we've got the best team, but we need more resources, more attention. We've got to get the word out. This is real. A lot of people, they still think human trafficking is, a van pulls up and kidnaps a bunch of people and throws them in and it drives off. And that does happen sometimes. It does. But that's not typically what it is. It's young women that are oftentimes homeless or in need. They're looking for financial support. They turn to prostitution or pornography. They end up in a bad world surrounded by lavish goods and money and drugs and scumbags. And before you know it, they're being sold into today's modern form of slavery. They're afraid to speak up. They don't know how to get out. They have nobody to turn to. And that's where this team has got to come in. We've got to penetrate, bust our way in, take these scumbags down, rescue these women, and then find a way to wrap the community around them and bring them back to a healthy life. Here in Miami, you have become the center of the world, which is a wonderful thing. It's going to be great for our state, great for this community, but it's also going to bring danger. Where money goes, where people go, so too does evil. So too do those that want to cheat and steal. Coming up, you got a lot of big things. I was looking at this list and I'm like, I should just rent an apartment down here or something. We've got the Commissioner Rob Gonzalez, great fan. Thank you for your support, my friend. Thanks for being here. You got the World Baseball Classic. Obviously, we know about the FIFA World Cup. Everybody's asking for tickets. Miami Open, you've got the Ultra Music Festival, the F1, the NASCAR Championship Series, the G20. This is where it's at. That's going to bring a lot of people, a lot of foreign visitors, a lot of money, a lot of entertainment, and unfortunately, a desire to do wrong, a desire to seek out prostitution, sexual deviancy, and criminal activity that goes along with it. So we're going to be ready. Today we're here to announce a first-of-its-kind MOU between the Attorney General's Office, our Office of Statewide Prosecution, and State Attorney Rundle and her Human Trafficking Task Force. Through this MOU, the state will become part of this task force. We're going to be helping to give them prosecution support, law enforcement support, bodily resources, but also $1.5 million from our state prosecution operation fund. We're going to make sure we get them the resources they need. This is a start. It's not enough, but it's a start to properly educate, deter, investigate, detain, and punish. And you better believe that's my favorite part of this. Punish, we absolutely will. I'll give you a few statistics before I turn it over. Florida continues to see the lowest crime levels in history. Even in here in Miami, you've got over 30-year crime lows despite the population growth and money, because we get it. Our law enforcement officers put their lives on the line. We have their backs. Prosecutors like the state attorney here, they step into the courtroom and they enforce rule of law. They do not allow bad guys back on the streets quickly. They protect our families. So we're grateful for that. We have taken down over 1,400 child predators in my office just over the last year alone, a huge record. Many of these are criminals that have engaged in serious trafficking. More importantly, with the help of a lot of the groups that are in this room today, we've rescued over 300 children that were previously reported missing. And I'll conclude by saying I'm not the expert here the way these are, so I'll turn it over to others. But you know, the see something, say something phrase is not just a phrase. It means something. When you're in the community, when you're at hotels, when you're at gas stations, rest stops, in public transit, you have the opportunity to alert people if you see something that doesn't look right. If you see young people with older men, people that are engaged in a lot of makeup and sexual attire, there's a lot of warning signs that others can better educate you on. Pick up the phone and let us know. And I'll let the state attorney talk about the best way to do that, but give us the tip. And for every 99 tips that go nowhere, if one tip can save somebody, a young woman in need or a child, then it's worth it. You don't need beyond all reasonable doubt to pick up the phone and give us that tip. We need to know. We recently took down a guy, Marquette James, a couple weeks ago, and it came from an anonymous tip. Somebody called in. It wasn't one of the victims, but it gave us enough to get going. Investigators, they pursued it. They dug in. They followed up. And they were able to get to 2 victims of human trafficking that were afraid to speak up. But we were able to give them comfort, give them courage, the support they need to go forward, provide testimony, and ultimately put this scumbag trafficker away. We got a sentence of over 120 years behind them. And that's not long enough. Earlier this year in Lake County, we had a similar situation, a 911 call from a gas station. But the person hung up right away. The cops, they got there, and rather than just check a box, look in the gas station, they decided to patrol the area, look around, and nearby they found a young woman that was really shaken up, a minor, a young girl, a child, who had been the victim of trafficking at the hands of 2 gruesome guys. Those officers, they showed up, they did the work, they investigated, and ultimately they got the girl to come forward and tell them what happened. So don't be afraid to speak up. These girls, they're not in a place of strength where they can do that. They need our help. They need our prayer. They need us to turn to God and help fight the good fight to end this evil. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to care a lot about this. You're going to see a lot more of me, I hope, down here in Miami and across the state. This is a big problem.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer speaking just moments ago in Miami. We do have some breaking news. We've heard from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office giving us an update on the shooting of a shoplifting suspect at the Poinciana Walmart last night. We've been following up on that today. We've learned that the suspect who was shot and killed last night just turned 16 years old on December 30th. So a young teenager, 16 years old. That was the suspect, the armed shoplifter who was shot and killed inside the Walmart in Osceola County. Continuing to follow up on that. We'll have more updates coming up in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I want to get you to a news conference at the Department of Transportation where Secretary Sean Duffy is talking right now about a number of issues when it comes to trucking. Commercial vehicles across the country. One of the things he's going to touch on is English language proficiency when it comes to getting CDLs and things like that. That is a big topic of conversation that we have seen ever since that deadly crash on Florida's Turnpike, where Harjinder Singh is accused of making an illegal U-turn. And one of the things they said is that he couldn't read the road signs saying that, not telling him not to. So I want to get you to this news conference. Secretary Duffy talking about a number of steps with commercial vehicles and what they're calling securing the roadways. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And so how do they do that? That's what I want to talk about. How did this come to pass? Well, first off, the prior administration didn't enforce English proficiency rules. There was no consequence. If you couldn't speak the language consistent with our rules, there was no penalty for that. And then the foreigners were able to get driver's licenses, but many of our states issue those driver's licenses illegally. In California, 20,000 foreign driver's licenses were issued unlawfully. 50% of the driver's licenses issued in New York were issued unlawfully, 20% in the state of Illinois. And so one of the problems that we've seen is just because you're a foreigner, that doesn't mean that you can't drive a big rig, you can't drive a truck. Well, what's happened that we've had so many unskilled, unqualified, untrained drivers on American roads. What's happened is many of these potential drivers would go to a commercial driving school, right? Well, Pete Buttigieg and the last administration decided there shouldn't be any rigorous requirements to certify that a school is well qualified to train drivers. He said the schools across America, they could actually self-certify. So any of you here in the room could say, I'm going to start a commercial driver's license school. I'm going to certify that I'm well qualified and I can train students in America. Self-certification in the last administration has brought us CDL mills. And what we found through some of our investigation, and we are not done yet, some of these commercial driver's license schools, some of them don't even have a curriculum. Or others that do have a curriculum, it's only a partial curriculum. They don't have trucks or buses to train any of their students. So what this actually is a CDL mill where you can pay $800 or $1,000 and you don't get any training, and they just certify that you have gone through the schooling requirements to then go and be tested. So that's how we get individuals who have no training. Well, the next part of this is, well, if you go through a school that doesn't give you any training, well, how do you still get a driver's license? How does that come to pass? My daughter's 15 and she's getting her driver's license in Wisconsin, and she goes through a school, but then the state of Wisconsin actually gives her the written test, and the state of Wisconsin will give her a behind the wheels test, and the DMV of Wisconsin will certify that she's qualified. That happens in Wisconsin. But in a number of states, they've outsourced the testing to a third-party tester. So you can go through to a fake school, no training, and then in some of these states, you go to a third-party tester. And the third-party tester is participating in the scam because they're not adequately testing these individuals who have gone through the fake school. We don't run the third-party testing institutions in the states. The states are the ones who say either we'll test at the DMV or we'll outsource this to a third-party tester. But our rules require them to audit all of these third-party testers, to do covert operations to make sure they're adequately testing the students that are doing the skills tests and the knowledge test. And what we're finding is many of these third-party testers in states aren't adequately going through the process and testing the students. So you go to a fake school, you go to a fake third-party tester, and you go in with a piece of paper to the DMV, and they will take your picture, and they will give you a commercial driver's license. And you basically have no skills to get behind the wheel of what is potentially a very dangerous weapon. So what have we done at DOT and federal motor carriers? Well, we've increased the penalties for those drivers that are not proficient in English. We'll take their vehicle out of service. The last administration, if you didn't speak English, the penalty was nothing. Get back behind the wheel and keep driving. We've done a nationwide audit exposing the states for giving foreigners these CDL audits, CDLs unlawfully. Again, that's where we get the 50% in New York and 20,000 licenses in California unlawfully issued. We've issued new rules making it much stricter for someone to get a foreigner or a non-domiciled commercial driver's license. So think about this for a second. You're born in America, you're an American citizen, and you want to become a commercial driver. Well, what the DMV will do is say, well, who are you? I want to look at your driving record. How many infractions do you have? Do you have an OWI or a DWI? Do you have a criminal record? We'll do a background check on you to see what kind of person you are and whether you're qualified to actually get an American commercial driver's license. But if you came across the border under Joe Biden's tenure and Pete Buttigieg's tenure, we don't do any background check. We don't go back and look at their driving record. Do they have an OWI, a DWI? Do they have a criminal record? No review is done of who these individuals are. So we have zero insight into the kind of people we're giving a commercial driver's license to. So in essence, you're an American, you have one standard that's way up here, and if you've come across the border unlawfully under Joe Biden's term, the standard is way down here. Unacceptable. So what we're going to do is increase those standards and make them all equal, increasing the requirements for a foreigner to get a commercial driver's license. We have shut down 7,000 of the CDL mills, the commercial driver school mills. 7,000 of those schools have been taken out of service. We're not allowing them to self-certify, to tell us that they have a curriculum and a driving instruction unit that can train our students well enough to go take the commercial driver's license test. We've also set up a sting operation. We have a number of states that are partnering with us where our local law enforcement, along with motor carriers, they're going out and basically stopping our 18-wheelers, our big rigs. And in those stops, verifying their licenses, but also are proficient in the English language. And so that's what we've done thus far. The question becomes, well, what else are we doing? And that's the question I get often. What else is DOT and motor carriers doing? But just as a side note, you would have never thought that trucking is so complicated, and it gets to be really complicated very quickly. And I think the problem is it's just been allowed to maybe rot. I mean, I don't know if that's the right word, but it's been allowed to rot, and no one's paid attention to it for decades. And once you start to pay attention, you see that all of these bad things have been happening. And the consequence of that is that Americans get hurt. When we get on the road, we should expect that we should be safe, and that those who drive those 80,000-pound big rigs, that they are well trained, they are well qualified, and they're going to be safe, but they're going to keep me and my family safe as well. And that has not been the case. So what do we do from here? If you can't proficiently speak English, right now, we'll take you out of the rig. But what we're going to do in the future is ask states to disqualify your license. Now, I would love if I had the power to revoke someone who can't speak English per our rules. I'd love to be able to revoke their license. I can't. That's states. So we're asking states to disqualify those who can't speak the language consistent with our rules. In the state of California, you can take the driver's test, the skills test, and the proficiency test. You can take it in 20 different languages. 20 different. What we're doing is implementing a rule that'll say there's one language in which you can take your test. It's English only. You take the test in English. You can't English. You can't read English. You're not going to do well in the test because every test is going to be required to be given in English. We're going to have way more stringent regulations for our carriers, the companies. So we want to know that who you say you are, you actually are. Because right now it's a very loose set of requirements. One individual can get 100 different DOT numbers. We want to make sure that the DOT number is connected to an actual individual. You saw in Indiana a couple weeks ago that the individual company that had the DOT number, they had multiple DOT numbers, and they were in an apartment that is not necessarily the place of business. So we're going to crack down on this. Verify your physical location, verify who you are.
A crackdown coming from the U.S. Department of Transportation when it comes to commercial driver's licenses and commercial driving companies as well as some federal regulations and guidelines coming when it comes to taking those CDL tests in other languages other than English. We should note that here in Florida, one of the things that they are doing to address this at the state level, as you see on the lower third there, January 30th, driver's exams going to start being administrated only in English. So something that we continue to watch. We've seen a number of steps in the past months since that crash in Florida really elevated the conversation at the national level about this issue. So something we're continuing to see a lot of adjustments and changes at state levels and also at the federal level. We still have more to come here on Florida Live. We're going to take another break, and we'll be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Spring training is underway. In fact, today are the first spring training games. The Rays play their first spring training game tomorrow in Port Charlotte when they host the Atlanta Braves. And you're probably going to be cheering for the Rays in that game, but I want to give you one more Atlanta Braves player to cheer for as we continue to get to know some Major League Baseball players with Florida ties. His name is Alex Lodis. He is a non-roster invitee at Atlanta Braves camp in Northport. He went to Bartram Trail High School in St. John's, Florida, right outside of Jacksonville. Played at the University of North Florida and then played for the Florida State University Seminoles. And he was a second-round draft pick of the Braves back in 2025. Had the chance to speak with him recently about growing up in Florida, playing baseball, and what's next for him as he looks to make a Major League roster. Alex, just talk with me about being in camp right now, how things are going, how things are kind of getting underway right now.
It's kind of surreal. Just being in the locker room and seeing all the guys, and this is my first spring training, so going through it all and learning it all, it's kind of something that is going to take some getting used to, but I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, you were just a second-round draft pick last year. To be invited to spring training this year, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, no, it was pretty, when I found out, it was pretty awesome moment.
Talk to me about the support. I imagine, you being from St. Johns County, not too far away from Northport where y'all are training right now. Do you have some friends and family that are making plans to come see you?
Oh yeah, they're so happy that it's Florida and we're 4 hours away, and my parents can make the drive in a day and be there for a game if they need to.
As a Florida kid, who was your favorite team growing up?
So I spent like 7 years in New York, New Jersey, but my dad grew up in New York, so I kind of grew up liking the Yankees just from my dad. So yeah.
Baseball fan your whole life?
Oh yeah. All my life.
Talk to me about when you knew you wanted to try to become a professional baseball player. Kind of when did that goal set in, and when did you realize, hey, I think I can do this?
I would say as soon as I started playing, I didn't really know what the point of when I could do it, but I knew that was always what I wanted to do. I don't think it really was until I got to college where it sunk into me where I really had a chance to do it. But it was kind of it's what I wanted to do my whole life and just do whatever I got to do to make it come true.
As a shortstop, who did you look up to? Who were your role models as players?
Oh, I looked up to Jeter my entire life from growing up. Watched so many games and went to a bunch of games, and he was everything I did was based off of him.
Not surprised to hear that if you grew up a Yankees fan.
Yeah.
That's cool. Now talk about playing at Florida State and what that experience was like and how that helped kind of lay the groundwork for your career now.
Florida State was amazing. I have no bad things to say about Florida State. The coaching staff was amazing. Link was amazing to me. And I learned so much going from the 2 years that I was there, my sophomore and junior year. I just learned so much as a person and as a baseball player. And it kind of got me to the point where I am right now that if I didn't go to FSU, I firmly believe that I wouldn't be as good as I am today.
As we just talked about a couple of minutes ago, you were drafted in the second round last year. Just what was draft day like for you? What were you feeling? What were you thinking? And then when you got that call, what was that like?
Oh, it was awesome. Once I had a bunch of family and friends there with me, and just wait until you heard your name called. And when I found out it was Atlanta, I was like, wow. I was like, that's insane. Like, Atlanta is one of the more prestigious teams, and I couldn't have been more excited when it happened.
Really cool to get to talk with Alex Lodis from the Jacksonville area, Florida State player who was drafted by the Braves, now playing in the Grapefruit League right now and trying to make that Braves Major League roster. We'll see what happens with that. And again, the Braves play the Rays tomorrow, and both of those teams' first spring training games of the year. It's a fun time of year when you're talking Grapefruit League baseball, spring training, and all the different sites around Florida here. It's a fun time of year, and we love seeing all that talent from our area on the Major League Diamond as well. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live today on what has been a very busy news day here in Florida and across the country as well. We are wrapping up our hour on TV, but I want to let you know our live streaming news continues next. So if you're watching us on Fox Local or on YouTube right now, then just sit tight. We've got more to come over the next half hour before we hand things off to the Storm Team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. So much more to come. As we wrap up our hour here on TV, though, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando as we head into a beautiful weekend here in the City Beautiful. Take care.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us as the clock hits 3 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Your work week is just about over. Don't worry. We appreciate you joining us here today. It has been a busy last 4 hours here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we've got more to cover. In fact, let's talk a little property taxes here, because we know the Florida House yesterday took a big step forward in the debate over eliminating property taxes here in the state of Florida by advancing an initiative that could end up on your ballot in November. This is one of 8 proposals that had been proposed. It's a 10-year phase out of property taxes for homesteaded properties here in the state of Florida. So the House voted on it. It now goes to the Senate, where we don't really know what's going to happen with it. The Senate has not been moving forward, at least publicly, in this debate really a whole lot. So there are a lot of questions about what happens with it in the Senate. If the Senate were to approve it, then it would end up on the ballot for you to vote on in November. And even if it's not necessarily this one, we could still end up with something on the ballot. This is obviously all part of that larger conversation that's been going on, been pushed by the governor, but he still hasn't released his own proposal for eliminating them, as he has said he would. Earlier today, I had the chance to speak with Toby Overdorf. He's a state representative. He's a Republican from Palm City. He actually chaired the House committee that really started diving into this and looking into this, holding a number of meetings about it. I talked with him to get his reaction about the House vote yesterday on this and where things go from here when it comes to the push to eliminate property taxes. Representative Overdorf, first I just want to get your reaction to the vote yesterday. Obviously a pretty wide margin on that. Just kind of give me your take on what we saw on the House floor when it comes to the property tax referendum.
I think what you saw is a resolution that says we're putting money back in the pockets of Floridians, and my compatriots joined me in making sure that this resolution is moving ahead so that we recognize, number one, the huge amount of money that is being spent right now by local government, and number two, the opportunity then to pull back on that a little bit back to 2021 levels.
You chaired the committee that really kind of got the ball rolling on all of this. We know at one point there were 8 proposals that y'all were looking at. Why does this one that the House passed out yesterday kind of make the most sense to your chamber?
Well, this is the most conservative policy out there. This removes all homestead property taxes, and therefore, if you are made a decision to go ahead and live here in the state of Florida, and you've said, I want to be a citizen of the state of Florida, and this is my homestead, then we feel that you shouldn't be taxed on your property anymore for that.
There was some pushback from Democrats on the floor yesterday, seeming to imply that this is a process that's been kind of rushed through, and that there still needs to be some more work to be done. One of the things I noticed that you responded on the floor of the House yesterday was you talked a little bit about the process and all the work that went into this. So what do you tell people when they express that concern that there needs to be more that's looked into this? How do you respond?
Well, when Speaker Perez asked me to chair this committee, we started our work over a year ago. And this has been a process of data collection, of meetings, of going out throughout the entire state. I've met with people from Pensacola to Key West and everywhere in between. So the data collection has been done. We've met with municipalities, we've met with organizations, with groups. We've had the data come into us. We've had the Department of Revenue go through everything. We've had a variety of other people come and testify at our committee. So to say that we don't have the data associated with this, I think is a false statement. And we are prepared, we are ready to move ahead, and we are looking forward to the Senate actually giving us a proposal or reviewing the one that we're sending over to them.
What do you say to those who still express concerns about the loss of revenue at the local government level?
What I would say is that we have currently had an increase in overall ad valorem spending of $18 billion just over the last 3 years. We're going to top over $60 billion coming up this year just in ad valorem. That's only about 32% of the entire revenue the local government takes in. If we take out the homestead side, we're actually removing about 12 to 15% overall of the ad valorem collection and the ad valorem revenue, if you will, for the various municipalities. I think that we can deal with a 10 to 12% cutback in the revenue spending in local government.
Is there any? Is that the main thing that makes you say that you learned in this process that makes you say this is something that is feasible, that we can handle, and that we can do it in this way?
We have learned so much in this process. We have learned a heck of a lot about what local government is spending their money on. We have learned a lot about the fact that the actual increase in property taxes has far outpaced population. And we have learned that we actually should be able to look at our local governments and ask them to run their government a little bit more like a business. You know, the Florida House has taken budget cuts seriously. We have cut our budget last year. We cut our budget again this year. And we propose that, you know, as we look forward, we're going to need to be doing these things. And so all we're doing is asking our local partners to join us in that effort, put money back in the pockets of Floridians, and make sure that they are not cash strapped just for being a resident here in the state of Florida.
A lot of questions now, now that this has passed the House, a lot of questions about what happens with it in the Senate. We're still waiting for a proposal from the governor as well when it comes to property taxes. Are you frustrated with how the other chamber and the governor have handled this?
I have to say I'm proud of our chamber. I'm proud of the fact that we have done the work on this. And when the governor made the call over a year ago and sounded the alarm about property taxes, we went to work. We went to work right away. I can't say the same for all the others out there, at least from the evidence that I've seen. But I'm looking forward, sincerely, to be able to work with the partners in the Senate and hopefully also receive a proposal from the governor. That being said, remember, a House Joint Resolution passes the House, passes the Senate, and then potentially is going to be reviewed by the Supreme Court, but it will go right to the ballot after that. So the governor actually doesn't sign off on the proposal. Of course, we'd love to have his support in this, but we shall see what happens as we move forward.
What is your message to voters across the state of Florida who are looking at this, and if they do end up with the chance to vote on this in November, what would you say to them?
I trust our Florida voters, and they're going to make a decision that is best for them, that is best for their pocketbook, and the best for their future. We want to give them that option to be able to choose how they would like to proceed in their future, if they want to continue to pay property taxes on their homestead property or not. And that is what the choice will be.
And this is a big step, Representative Overdorf. We heard remarks from the House Speaker yesterday saying this may be the first time in the country that a step this aggressive has really been taken. What do you make of that?
I'm very proud of Speaker Perez, and I'm very proud of my compatriots in the House that voted for this measure. And he's right. This is a huge step forward to say no to homestead taxes. And if you make your home in the state of Florida, we're saying that you should not have to pay property taxes, non-school property taxes associated with that.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about the budget. We know there's just a few weeks left in the legislative session. Do you think there's time for a deal to be hashed out, the agreements between the House and the Senate, without having to go into overtime again?
I've seen all kinds of things. I'll never say never, most certainly. And there's always deals that can be made, and there's opportunities for us to move ahead. Right now, the House is forging ahead. And breaking news: I just got my assignments for the actual budget review. So we're excited about that. I'm not sure exactly where the Senate is in all this process, but I know that the House again is prepared, is ready, and we are moving forward under the guidance of Lawrence McClure, who's our budget chair.
All right. So what are you going to be looking for in that process as it moves forward?
Hopefully to get out on time.
That's well said. I'm sure you're not the only one who feels that way, especially after the last legislative session that took a little bit longer than anticipated.
Yes, most certainly. Unfortunately, we've already been told we're having a couple of special sessions coming up. So hopefully at least one of those, the one on property taxes, won't happen. We can get that done during session. But the intimation has been that we'll have a special session on that, as well as another special session beyond that.
Yeah, this special session on redistricting slated for April. State Representative Toby Overdorf, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
And we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we've got more to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. A federal trial wrapped up in Tallahassee that could have potential impacts on the future on citizen-led ballot initiatives. That's how. That's one way that constitutional amendments are put on the ballot for us to vote on here in Florida. One of the ways is through the legislature, like what we're seeing with the property tax debate right now. But one of the other ways is with petitions and getting those signatures needed and all that stuff, like we saw with a number of grassroots efforts in the last election. Florida Decides Healthcare is one group that has filed a lawsuit against the state, against the Secretary of State, Cord Byrd, whose office oversees elections and this entire process here in the state of Florida. But they're challenging a new law that imposed some sweeping changes on that constitutional amendment process when it comes to the citizen-led ones. The Florida Decides Healthcare group says that those changes violate the First Amendment, undermine the process that's guaranteed under Florida law. So this is a trial that's been going on since February 9th in federal court in Tallahassee. Arguments have wrapped up in it. We're awaiting a judge from or a decision from that federal judge in the case. But we heard today in a virtual news conference from leaders with this Florida Decides Healthcare group reacting to what went on inside that courtroom and telling us a little bit about what happens next.
You all so much for being here. So today we are concluding the federal trial around HB 1205. And what the court has heard over the last 2 weeks confirms what we have been saying from the beginning. We had witness after witness who explained how HB 1205 interferes with their First Amendment rights. We had a volunteer-driven organizations that stopped circulating petitions altogether, longtime Florida residents who can no longer participate in the process because of technical restrictions beyond their control. And this is really an effort that has been trying to empower people for Florida Decides Healthcare to participate in direct democracy, to exercise their rights for expanding Medicaid, and this is the silencing of real people that we are seeing from HB 1205. What this trial has shown so far is that HB 1205 is designed to irreparably damage the citizens' initiative process in Florida to the point that only the wealthy and well-connected can put important issues on the ballot. Now, it is a process inaccessible to Florida voters and our citizens' constitutional rights to fight for the future and for the issues that they care about, and it has been made nearly impossible. It is one of the only ways everyday Floridians can take a tangible, immediate action to change the Constitution and to participate through this means. When government makes it impossible for citizens to exercise that right, it stops being a democracy in practice. It's, again, HB 1205 just violates the First Amendment rights of Floridians. It undermines the constitutional amendment process that is guaranteed in the state of Florida's Constitution. Our Constitution reserves power to the people, not just to politicians. And if HB 1205 imposes these sweeping punitive restrictions on citizen initiatives, if that continues, then the constitutional rights become theoretical instead of real. And this case is about preserving the last remaining check on power here in Florida from the people. Regular Floridians cannot set the legislative agenda in Tallahassee. They can't force a committee hearing. They can't compel leadership to take up an issue. And again, the citizen-led ballot initiative process is the one remaining constitutional path for people to drive change themselves. HB 1205 has clearly raised the barriers by increasing costs through a number of different means. It creates criminal liability for routine organizing activity and for people, just participating in the petition process. It layers bureaucratic hurdles that directly interfere with the petition circulation that are designed to make qualifying for the ballot measure just nearly impossible. So if this blueprint stands, other states will copy this, and in particular states that have supermajorities, one-party control of a state, and our access to direct democracy across the country will shrink. If we win, we do more than protect Floridians. We protect everyone across the country to have their rights to First Amendment speech and petition preserved. Often we can say that Florida is a canary in the coal mine of what happens, because what starts in Florida, it doesn't just stay here, it spreads across the country, and we've seen that time and again. So a win in this case provides a roadmap for defending constitutional rights and draws a line in the sand that says, keep your hands off our democracy to all those who stand in the way. So that's a bit on what's happening with HB 1205. Happy to talk a bit more about Medicaid expansion, but I will get into that. I'm sure there'll be some questions. So with that, I don't know, Carol, if you want to pass it over to Matt.
Yeah, thank you so much. Matlitha, turning it over to you for some quick remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Matlitha Bennett, Senior Staff Attorney for the Southern Poverty Law Center. This case was about a basic Florida promise. Our state constitution gives people the right to direct democracy, the power to act when government isn't listening. That right belongs.
That was part of that news conference a little bit ago. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to get you to a news conference that happened earlier today in Orlando. We were able to listen to a few minutes of it, but then things really got busy with the Marion County update that we had, and also with the president's remarks on tariffs. And so it's got overlooked a little bit, but the arrest and indictments that have been unsealed of more gang members involved in the sex money murder gang. You're going to hear from the U.S. Attorney talking about the charges against these individuals that include conspiracy to commit murder, drug trafficking, racketeering. Here's a little bit of what he said at a news conference in Orlando earlier this afternoon.
What we're going to announce here today is the indictment of 11 individuals and the charges that you have before you, and I trust you do have the indictment. Those charges range from conspiracy to violate the Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Practices Act, RICO, violent crimes in aid of racketeering and narcotics trafficking. The focus of this indictment is a criminal gang called Sex Money Murder 24K. It's a renegade gang operating independently throughout the United States and regionally. It initially was connected to the Bloods coming out of California. It evolved into the Bronx and the East Coast, and it made its way down to Florida in the 1990s, and it's firmly ensconced here. Let it be said that this criminal organization, Sex Money Murder 24K, is a sophisticated organization that is involved in narcotics trafficking, making money to protect each other, and involved in retaliation that anyone transgresses. Is an organization that operates with a sophisticated hierarchy and operates with rules and regulations. As we speak today, many of the members of Sex Money Murder are incarcerated in the Department of Corrections facilities throughout the state of Florida. Nevertheless, both within the facilities of the Department of Corrections of the state of Florida and on the street, these members of Sex Money Murder 24K are operating on a continuous basis as we speak. One of the individuals that you're going to hear about throughout all of this and is listed in the indictment is an individual by the name of Tyrone Conaway. He is central to the scheme, especially the drug trafficking scheme that you have set forth with you. He was initially in the Avon Park Correctional Facility, and in there he trafficked in contraband and drugs over a significant period of time. And what they did with the profits of that were several-fold. They provided money to the SMK hierarchy with the intent to advance and impact the advanced sex money murder throughout the state of Florida and throughout the Department of Corrections, and to have a significant impact on individuals within the Department of Corrections facilities. It was an impact, presence, and force. They took steps to protect their organization. You'll see another name coming in this indictment by the name of Hernando Thompson, and at the end of this we can go through exactly what these individuals did. But Conway conspired with Thompson to manage and organize Sex Money and Murder 24K to protect this drug distribution network. How did they do this? They murdered any member of Sex Money Murder 24K for violating the rules. With regard to non-members, they would retaliate against non-members for any transgressions or any perception that another member of Sex Money Murder 24K was being attacked by a non-member. Conway and Thompson had these violent acts carried out by other defendants that we have before us on behalf of Sex Money Murder 24K, including Alvin James, Charles Mann, and Terry Tillman. And I'll go through what these individuals did specifically at the end of this. Conway and Thompson also conspired with many others regarding a drug distribution network in numerous Department of Corrections facilities throughout the state of Florida. Who's involved in that? The defendant Eddie James Rhodes, Tracy Honey, Monica Flores, Tyler Abbott, Junio Sandoval, and Elsie Sandoboy. What's central to this particular charge, in particular to this enterprise, and this is the sex, money, murder 24K, is a criminal enterprise under the Racketeering Act. It's a group of individuals associated to commit various crimes. And in this particular indictment, it is significant that it lays out a series of violent acts that were done against other inmates in the Department of Corrections facilities, and it explains the influence that someone like Conway, who may have been in Avon Park facility, would have in other facilities throughout the state of Florida. In other words, a hit list would go out to kill someone that was in another facility. Conway would put that out, and that attempted murder would take place. In January, the evidence is going to develop, and as it's set forth in the indictment, in January the 20th, 2023, a hit list was disseminated among the higher levels of Sex, Money, Murder 24K, directing members of Sex, Money, Murder to assault and murder sex, money, murder members who violated the rules, who disobeyed the rules, and non-members of sex, money, murder who had assaulted or threatened members of sex, money, murder. Just a sampling of what happened in and among these individuals at the time is set forth in the indictment, but let me just explain a few. In January of 23, as I said, Conway directed that that there was a hit list put out against various individuals, and Conway, who's in Avon Park at the time, directed members of Sex, Money, Murder 24K who were at the DeSoto Correctional Facility, an entirely different facility, to murder an individual for lying to Conway and owing Sex, Money, Murder money.
Serious allegations in that indictment. That's just the start of it. You'll hear more of this case coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus as we wrap up 4.5 hours of live streaming coverage today. Going to get ready to hand things off to the Storm team at Fox 35 Weather Plus, which begins in just a few seconds right here on Fox Local. In the meantime, check out this beautiful view of the City Beautiful as we head into a nice weekend. It is just about here. You are almost there. Thanks for joining us. I'll see you back here on Monday.